And we're going to put a marker right here for our awesome archive team. Let them know we're getting into the game. We're going to tab over to the screen, and before we get into things tonight, I have a couple of things that I need to talk about. First of all, excuse me, Valerian is going to be late. Trayscare is down completely, and I feel like shit, bluntly. I woke up with a fever, excuse me, and it's a little bit hard to talk, and I have what's called medicine in my system that's making me a little out of it. Hopefully Valerian will join us, but what this means is the pacing of tonight's episode is going to be kind of all over the place. I know that our buddy Boughs needs some help, and he will get to that help, and if I have to play Valerian or inject a big dose of hand-wavium into this episode, that's what we're going to do. But we want to give the player who wants to be here for this stuff the chance to be here for this stuff if he can, and you can't really control when real life gets up at you. So the pacing is going to be a bit shit for this episode. We're going to be doing what we can to fill time and hopefully still tell a good story, and hopefully either at the latter part of this episode or next week we will get to the actual saving Bruce thing. Excuse me. But if you're wondering why we're having a filler episode right after a bombshell, it's because real life gets in the way. I will try to mute when I cough like that in future. I had the wrong hand up and I couldn't get to my mute button in time. Ugh. But I should be okay, if a little silly tonight. Luckily, I have some great players in the KnightLites who can help me in this difficult time. So, catch up. The Mordenkainen's magnificent manor has been created, and the KnightLites have spent some time researching this, that, and the other from the various topics of the library. Salcom made a scrying chamber to get some messages out to people and have some conversations, and one of which was Viviette Averill, who informed Pierce and Boughs and Salcom that the difficulties Boughs is having are equal parts Grumsh and whatever the hell Viviette did when Boughs was a baby. And it's up to Pierce and Connie and the rest of the KnightLites to reapply these fixes and keep Boughs' orcish nature in check, excuse me. Boughs had a tearful conversation with Esvile Rosnar, and then Salcom had a difficult conversation with Primarch Kif Sunfeather of Clan Grawl, who is currently holding Hundlestone. Now, after that, Salcom said he was going to be contacting Kilio, which, again, if you're playing along at home, is Valerian, who is going to be late. So I don't know if we're glossing over that, or if we are, excuse me, doing that later, or how that's going to work. That conversation will happen, because it was alluded to in Voices of the Mountain as well, so that conversation needs to happen, but ultimately, we can't do that with Valerian not here. Also, one final note before we get started, I'm probably not going to be doing voices tonight, or if I do, they're going to be even weaker than they usually are, because I have buckets of nasty going down my throat, and if I have to, tense my throat a certain way to do a voice or whatever, I will probably choke. So just, bear with us tonight. I've already given the disclaimer. Hopefully we can tell a good story. So, with that in mind, everybody has some stuff to do or some stuff to think about, and you have a whole Mordenkainen's manor to work with. So, of the KnightLites who are here currently, Rockham, Salcom, Boughs, and Connie, is there anything you guys would like to do right out of the gate? For the sake of the fiction, Lawrence went out to clear his head and do a little bit of crafting, since Trayscare can't join us this evening. And I believe, Salk, you're still in the scrying chamber.
Mm-hmm.
But, Rock, you don't have to be there when we fade in if you don't want to.
I think after what happened last time, he's gonna, unless Salk asks him to stay, he's gonna go out and check on everything, make sure everyone's good, that sort of thing.
Okay.
If anyone needs a hand.
So, then we'll stay with Rockham, aside from one quick question to Gygamzy, which is as follows. Do you want to just hand-wave your conversation with Keelio, and then we'll do that when Valerian is here, or do it during Vom, depending on how that goes, since you're the only one in that room? Or do you want to, like, how do you want to do that?
Considering one of the primary...
I asked because you told Kif you were calling Keelio next.
Yeah. I guess for the moment, probably best to hand Wavium that and then come back to it later when they're around.
Yeah, we could do it as an extra, we could do it later this session, we could do it during Vom, just depending on how it shakes out, but we'll say that you're contacting Keelio. Now, interestingly, and this is something that Salcom would know, you get Keelio and Jara in this call as independent entities.
That's a little bit different.
Yep, it is, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
But Salcom is one of the few people that distinguishes them already, so...
True. So, Rock, we hear the sound of the, I almost said portal chamber, scrying chamber activate as you step out into the hallway and close the door. Where are you heading?
I think I'm gonna head back to the, I forgot what the name was, the operating chamber I'm gonna call it. That's not the name of it.
There is a surgery suite that was created, but there was also a Thaumic orrery that was created, and I don't know which one you're referring to.
The one that we were setting stuff up in last session, just because.
That
make
is
sure.
both.
Is it both?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go by the order.
The one that Pierce and Bruce and are currently setting things up. So I think the surgery suite.
Yeah, Pierce is in the orrery. Connie's in the surgery suite.
Then I'll go check in with Connie, just to make sure.
So,
see how things are going.
So yeah, so you open the door, and like Connie, feel free to chime in at any point. But we see like those curtains on iron frames with wheeled bases that are freestanding that you can move around like in a clean room. We see some, primitive but better than usual, like fire lights with glass lenses over them to both focus and keep, smoke and flame at bay. Over a table, I don't know if the table would be padded or not. I'm going to assume no. Probably a metal table with restraints on it. Connie is setting up some... I don't know how old, like, intravenous medicine is. But I feel like it's fairly old. Not, obviously, it's not going to be plasma in a plastic bag hanging from an aluminum rack.
Yeah.
But, like, intravenous, like, saline or potions, using, like, a water skin or something similar with, like, some tubing made of rubber or intestine, depending. I feel like that's pretty
Probably,
old.
Yeah.
So you could be setting that up if you want, Connie. You could, like, whatever instrumentation you want to be setting up, or whatever you want to be doing when Rockham comes in, like, you'll see Rock because his head is above the curtains. So, like, you have all these curtains on the metal frames around you, but then you see Rockham come in clearly because he's, a head taller than they are.
Yeah, I think Connie is, like, almost compulsively arranging and rearranging the tools so she knows where everything is.
Mm-hmm. Is Connie wearing one of those, what is a eye doctor called?
Ophthalmologist?
The Titian word.
I know the one you're on about. I can't remember.
An optician?
Optician.
Is it really just...
Does Connie have one of those optician, like, helmets on that, like, goes around the skull and has the lenses that you can move up and down?
Probably it's not on yet, but it's standing by.
It's got a little, like, a little like tea light candle behind a lens that you set on the forehead, so you have a light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like tink tink on like one of the railings or something of the curtains.
Oh, I rock.
I peek my head in. You good?
Yeah.
Well, if I can help at all. I know I'm not the best with this stuff, but if it's anything you need.
Actually, before we do this, I want to sit down and see if I can find any books about how to... I haven't messed with someone's spine much, so if you want to help me study in a bit, that would be great.
Yeah, I can go get started and you meet me there in a few minutes if you want.
Alright, thanks.
Just a quick question, are you using the right mic, Birchmiller?
I thought I was. Hang on.
There is a little bit of a, not a buzz, but a something there.
Fishbowl.
Yeah. I just imagine Rockham going in like, Medicine 101.
I was gonna say, there's probably medical text in this room. There's probably like a cabinet with a glass front with a bunch of medical text in it.
Then y'all find a space that I can start setting some books that look important in.
I mean,
It's also a good point, like out of character. If Rock is leaving to get the thing, could also pick up the silver arrows. Because we need silver.
oh, are you
good
leaving
point.
the manor?
I don't think I was yet. Not for that thing.
Mm,
I'm guessing we'll get to that soon.
we will. So, sorry, I'm having lunch. And my body is like, you need food, you're healing, so, yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Connie
What's for
made
dinner?
this room's homemade mac and cheese with chicken.
Ooh, nice.
Connie made this room specifically to operate on brews. So the books in the cabinet that I mentioned are probably all relevant.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to pull
There's
the whole
probably
cabinet
like
out,
an
but-
orc Vitruvian man somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
And yeah, while they're finishing up prep, I'll just start flipping through one while waiting for them.
Make a history check.
History. Ah, I closed my character. God damn it. Hold on.
And as you're rolling, choose orcs or spines.
We'll go with spines.
Okay.
History, correct?
Yup.
I'm gonna guide myself.
Why?
Help me look for anything important that Connie might be able to use.
Okay.
Okay.
Make sure you're rolling your character, and I don't see the guidance.
heck. Yeah, it isn't in there. Huh, I thought I clicked it. Okay, no. Oh, well, there you go.
Okay, I mean,
We'll use yours. It came out first.
you sure?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Excuse me. You find a passage. Mind you, this is medical science in the Forgotten Realms is not nearly where it is on 21st century Terra.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
But you rolled high enough that you find a passage that likens the spine to the brain, and they are inexorably linked. If you damage the spine, you could damage the brain, and
Oh, shit.
infection in the spine can spread to the brain.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Which I feel like all the players at this table already knew, but it's good to
Yeah,
have that.
but-
Yeah, but
And it's what now?
Yeah.
You said great like it
No,
was a surprise. I was confused.
no. Great. Out of character, we all knew this. More so in character, great.
Fair.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly a thing. He kind of he debates on if you should tell Connie or not, because there's already a lot of pressure here.
Okay. I think,
I think
you look over and Connie is like got another roll of tools that she's laying out, and she finds like a rather wicked-looking hand drill, and she's debating putting it on the table.
Oh.
Oh.
In reality, it's just a cast saw.
What?
In reality, it's just a cast saw.
I mean, you have to get through the skull sometime. So, if it gets bad enough, I think he probably sets it down and opts for a different approach to helping her out.
Okay.
It might be advisable to take a break for a minute.
No, I still gotta set up, I gotta get the gauze, I gotta get, the water still, hot water, I got what?
I love the idea that there is, like, an artificial breathing machine in here, but it uses, like, bellows.
Yo!
like a glass, like... Because it wouldn't be like plastic or Simtex, not Simtex, latex, but like a glass like bulb that like fits into the nose, and then so like obviously it would be down so that dust doesn't go everywhere, and then it's like somebody like on a foot pump can like force air into a patient.
Oh, that's cool.
Incredibly impractical, but
Yeah.
I'm making it fancy.
If it works, it works.
You make do with what you got.
It's practical for the tech level we're working with.
Yeah. Or at the very least, it looks cool, which is, the
there you go.
philosophy of Star Wars. What if an egg was furry? Yes, thank you, Star Wars.
What?
Watch The Mandalorian. It's a great show.
That's fair.
Okay. Alright. I gotta get the hot water still. I gotta, make sure all these needles are the right size. Did you find anything over there?
Well, the spine's connected to the brain, but I'm guessing you knew that already.
Does she?
I mean, that sentence, yes. But the book says inexorably linked.
So, yeah, I think she says, I mean, yeah, there's... The brain's right there, the spine's right there, there's the thread in it.
There's that look on his face that most of the time it's a no when he's holding something back. He's like, I want to tell you, but it might make you freak out, so he's just distracting himself. Well, look, I just don't want you to overdo it before this actually happens. If I hold the bowstring too long, my arm gets tired and I make mistakes,
Well, first of all, if your arm gets tired, you shouldn't hold it that long. Second of all, I see your point.
Yeah.
Top left of the screen in white text. Rockham did not tell Connie about the dangers of spines.
Yeah, he doesn't want to freak her out. He's making a choice.
Alright,
The GM will remember that.
Yeah! Okay,
It's not like
so...
the book isn't right over there anyway, so...
Alright. I think she does put the tools down and come over, though.
Okay.
Ducks around the little curtain things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Are you dressed differently, Connie? Now that we get a good look at you?
Yeah, I think she's got, like, gloves and, like, an apron on.
I mean, honestly, like, tell me how this grabs you. Like, yes, gloves and apron, absolutely. It makes sense that Connie's entire outfit has changed. Because she has a bunch of dirt from travel on her.
Yeah.
That's true. So, I suppose,
Is she dressed like the medic from TF2?
I'm completely blanking on what he looks like.
He
I'll
wears
pull
a
up
white
picture
lab
of it.
coat and really ridiculous, almost cyan gloves.
Yeah, I was thinking lab coat, namely the kind that, like, it's, asymmetrical. It's got, like, this big flap on one side. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the red glove. Oh, are they blue when he's on the other team? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Might be.
Yeah.
Okay. Asymmetrical what?
The asymmetrical kind of lab coat, the one with the big flap on the one side but not the other.
Oh, I always call that Spanish style, and I don't think that's correct. But I think of the Spanish shoulder cape when I see it.
Mm.
I know what you're talking about. How it opens on one side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Connie looks like very different when she comes around the corner. What are you doing about your feet?
Ooh, that's a good question.
You have hooves, don't you?
She has hooves and doesn't usually wear shoes.
Yeah.
Get those little, like, not foot sock things, I guess the hoof equivalent.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like when Connie comes around, is she like do her hooves not like make noise? And Rock glances down and she's got like, footies on. She's got those discs that you put under furniture so you can't move it.
That's awesome.
That's genius.
Kind of just ice skating around the surgery ward. Yeah. Did I mention I was medicated?
Where did you learn that? You know what?
You did. You can come up with some seriously funny shit when you're medicated.
Yes, I can. Go on.
That's a really funny mental image.
It's like
great.
Windex on the floor. Or not Windex, what is it? I don't remember.
But what are you doing? What are you doing with your feet?
Not sliders per se, but there'd probably be like some sort of grippy caps on them just in case she trips.
Right, I wasn't thinking so much that. I mean, yes, the floor is hard and smooth, so something like that would be useful. I was thinking more along the lines of the fur question mark around your ankles.
Mm-hmm.
That often tracks through mud and shit.
Yeah.
Tube socks.
I mean, yes, like wrap gauze around the fur, footies, socks. Like, ostensibly, you cleaned before changing clothes, but like hair is still an issue.
Right. So,
and let's face it. No matter how well you clean, you're never going to get like the area right above your hooves perfectly clean.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think she's got this pants, socks, cap combo where it's all like tucked away.
Okay.
Okay.
So she's wearing like pants with cuffs that go all the way down to her hooves.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. But she's not making noise.
Yeah.
I mean, you should remember this for sneaking missions, Connie. But anyway, back to the thing.
Throw some camo in there and you're doing good. Anyway. So I think he notices. Looks down at himself, who he hasn't really changed at all since like he has his overcoat off. It's in the library.
Yeah. Well, you disrobe slightly to show Kif your tattoos, but yeah, you came in and like looked down at himself, looked back. There's a trail of dirt towards the door.
I probably should have cleaned up before coming in.
Right, we'll take care of that before we start. Alright, okay. Diagrams would be useful, any sort of information about the spine specifically, orcs generally.
I mean, this bookshelf right here has a lot of that. I can pull books down, but it's most of them.
Alright, let's take a look.
History check, Connie.
History.
Excuse me, medicine is based off of int, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this would be like, because you're in a medical area, so this is a research check, but it's using medicine with the inherent +4 bonus with the laboratory.
Cool.
Medicine is whiz.
Oh, is it?
I double check. Yeah, medicine is whiz.
Why is it wisdom?
I don't know.
Feel like medicine. Haven't we had this conversation before?
It does feel
I always
familiar.
get mixed up because wisdom or medicine is wisdom and nature is intelligence.
Yeah, like nature, history, arcana, religion are all int. Medicine should, like, you don't intuit medicine. You follow a procedure. Have we had this conversation? I feel like we've had this conversation before.
It seems vaguely familiar.
Pretty sure we have, yeah.
Did
Little
I
bit of deja vu.
did I just say fuck it, use your int? Because I feel like I did.
You definitely didn't. I've been using wisdom this entire time.
I don't know
Is it
about
because
that.
your
I'm pretty
wisdom
sure-
is higher
Probably. My wisdom is a
You can check.
+5.
and your int is?
Flat.
Oof.
Ew. I think that's probably why I didn't change it, because Connie is skilled in medicine.
Yeah.
And this is probably going to be what I said last time. We'll keep it as it is, but that check really should be int.
Okay.
So,
I
medicine
will
then?
guide you.
Yeah, with the inherent +4 bonus. And advantage, excuse me.
Ooh.
Okay. Are you guiding yourself, Connie?
I can guide if you want.
Well, no,
I,
she rolled guidance. I'm asking if it
Oh,
applies.
gotcha.
I think she's just anxious and really wants to make sure she gets this right.
Did you or did you not cast the spell?
I think I do.
Okay, so that is a solid 32.
Holy shit. Good lord.
So, like, looking through the texts, probably grabbing books that seem more useful than others, and then, like, open into a random page. And because you rolled so high, you see a big old bold warning in one of the books that you open. Iron needles cannot pierce orc flesh.
Noted. Does it give a minimum anywhere, or?
It says mithril is best. Steel will work in a pinch, but you may need more than one.
I'm attempting to clean up my mess while they're researching.
With what, and why is it a spare apron?
I was thinking like a bucket and a mop if there's one in the area.
Why
If not,
would
I'll
there
have to
be
go
a
get
bucket
one.
and a mop in here?
I'm gonna go find one.
Go out into the hallway and
I'm gonna go find a
closet.
closet or something. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll catch up. But
Okay.
yeah, like 32. Ask me 6 questions about operating on an orc.
Ooh, nice.
Fuck it, 7.
That's a lucky number.
Okay. Right. Orcs are big constitution-y boys.
Yes.
Does it make mention of how much more sedative you're gonna need?
It
I think we
does.
found that already.
It does make mention of how much more sedative you're gonna need. There's a passage in the book that literally says verbatim, "You can't kill an orc. Nightshade will work fine."
Okay.
Like, there's a footnote in another book that says, "Note: don't bother anesthetizing a dwarf."
Yeah, we need triple sedative is what I have in my notes.
Yes.
Triple the dose.
Basically, like orcs don't have an inherent reduction to poison, but they do have lots of constitution, and they have that annoying what is it called? What is the
Relentless endurance.
relentless endurance?
Mhm.
The thing about anesthesia, even old world anesthesia, is the point of anesthesia is to get you as close to death as possible so that your consciousness shuts off. And then keep you there and then bring you back.
Yeah.
I've never thought of it like that.
Yeah, I've heard of it described as reversible death.
Yes. The thing about relentless endurance is think of it like a really strong gag reflex. If an orc goes to 0, they go to 1 instead, and they're up. So basically, Connie has to choose between putting Brayden or Bruce down so that he's asleep and stays asleep, which will take, like, contact poison, basically. Or having that relentless endurance failsafe for the operation. Basically, you have to trigger it if you want him to go down.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
There is the option of giving him a paralytic and a numbing agent, but he'll be conscious.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so...
Okay, that's a conversation to have with him, then.
Yeah.
Like, the relentless endurance is a hell of a get-out-of-jail-free card. But he'll be conscious if you don't trigger it.
I mean, I know what I would choose, but it's his choice, so...
Relentless endurance will keep him from rolling on the injury table if you fuck it up. Just saying.
That's a point.
Or him dying, which is also a thing.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. Let's see. I asked about the needles. I asked about the sedative.
There is a rather ominous cabinet full of... I almost said poisons, and then I thought about it. I was like, no, it wouldn't be poison. And I thought about it again. I was like, yes, it would. There's an ominous cabinet full of poisons at your disposal, up to and including giant spider venom, which is a paralytic.
Okay. Paralytic, I'm assuming there's also a numbing agent there. I'll double check just to be sure.
Yes, there are several different types of things. Like, basically, like, what is medicine except poison in very specific doses, right?
Fair. Okay. Viviette used very technical terms when describing where the soul stone is. Can I find a diagram or anything to make sure I have the right location?
She said it's between the 4th and 5th vertebrae. The first vertebrae is basically inside the base of the skull. The second is at the top of the neck. The third is at the middle of the neck. The fourth is basically where the shoulders start, and the fifth is just below that. So it would be between, like, his shoulder blades, basically.
Okay.
That's an incredibly simplified version. Any med students watching this, I know. I'm trying to make it fun and in the realm of believable, not exactly accurate. The point is, between his shoulder blades.
Yeah. Putting it in vague terms, not blah 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 blah.
Thoracic, whatever.
Yeah.
Also, did you miss the part where I'm medicated off my nut tonight? Anyway.
That too. Alright, shoot, what was I gonna say?
It's between your shoulder blades, to answer your question.
Yes. Okay. So, alright,
you might want to ask me what you're gonna find in there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that, and I was gonna ask if there's anything particularly fragile about the spine.
I mean, yes, the spine is particularly fragile, which is annoying because orc bones are hard as fuck. Like, you get through the skin, you get through the wall of muscle. Orc bones are, like, pound for pound, like, twice to 2.5 times as strong as a human.
Jesus. It's gonna be a bitch to cut through.
Yeah. Like, and you're gonna have to use force, and if it gives and your reflexes aren't good enough, then you're just gonna drive that spike into the spine. So that's the thing. Like, there's a soul stone in there, but the soul stone has to be in some kind of housing. So either there's like an artificed device attached to Bruce's spine, which would deform it, cause him difficulties, and probably be noticeable, or Viviette used the spine as a housing for the gem, in which case you're going to have to manipulate the bone to get the gem out. Or in, depending.
Which is going to be even harder if it's in pieces.
Yep.
Okay.
I do not envy your situation right now. Good lord.
Also, this was done when he was a baby, so it's probably very small.
Yeah.
Because it's not gonna grow, but his spine will. So, getting a way to find what you're looking for and get it out without damaging him, like, it's doable, but you're gonna have to figure out what that is.
Yeah,
Think like a wizard. Because a wizard did it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay, how would a wizard do it? Roundaboutly, I assume.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, so if a wizard did it, then she... Oh, man.
You still have plenty of questions.
Okay. Can how would a wizard do it be one of my questions?
Sure.
It's a decent question.
Though I would advise, how would Viviette do it?
Yeah.
How would this specific wizard do it?
So, probably Viviette used the natural, like, plate, for want of a better word, of the vertebrae as the housing, which means this thing is either nestled right up against his spine, like between the vertebrae, or there is, like, to protect the spine, there was a, forgive me for using clinical terminology, alcove carved in the bone to fit the gem, which means it's probably going to be visible. But then it would need to be protected, so it's probably, like, got a, what's the thing on the front of a turret that protects you from gunfire called?
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, the big plate things on either side of
It's probably
it.
got something like that made of bone protecting it from outside trauma.
Okay.
So you'll probably have to go in and down regardless to get it.
Okay.
And then, wizard, like, locate object would probably help. It might have... You might not be looking for a crystal. You might be looking for a capsule, maybe even made of metal, to protect it. It might be fitted in a housing, like circuitry, so it would need to be unplugged, and the housing would need to not be damaged to put the new one in. Regardless, it's certainly going to be delicate. To say nothing of the fact that it's a soul stone.
Right.
Knowing Viviette, it was probably done efficiently with redundancies, but, like, objective oriented. Like, it's not gonna be pretty, right? It's not gonna be pretty, and, Bruise's discomfort was factored in, but it probably wasn't the main concern, so you're probably looking for something utilitarian.
Okay.
That's designed to, like, grow with him, but not, like, engineered to grow with him, just, like, taking it into account.
Right.
That's what
like
I got.
Like accounting for heat growth and shrinkage in a building.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, how many questions was that?
Like 4.
Okay. Ways this could go terribly wrong.
I mean, you could kill him.
Yes, but like, how?
You could sever his spine.
Yeah, that's an option.
You could paralyze him from the neck down. You could, if the soul stone is ruptured, like if it's not ruptured yet, which it probably isn't, because if it was, then there would be a terrible explosion of energy out of Bruce's back, and he would probably have a big hole. If it ruptures at all, it could cut him in half. Or like,
oh no!
explode his spine. Depending on the type of housing that it's in. If it is cracked or contaminated and disintegrating, it could be infusing his body with soul magic, which... You heard of a demi-lich?
Oh no!
Yeah, which would explain the hallucinations, to be fair. Let's see. You could break his spine and, like, break the bone and not sever the spine, so he could have, like, pain in moving a certain way. Like, what is that thing? It's a condition where, like, your nerves fire randomly and it just hurts. What am I thinking of? It's not arthritis.
I'm drawing a blank on that one.
I know what you're talking about, but
Like,
yeah.
you just have pain for no reason, and it's because your nerves are sending a pain response.
Like, not phantom pain per se, but...
No, it has a specific name. My dad has it. I can't freaking think of it. It's not aplexia. That's completely unrelated, I think. The point is, you could give him that. You know, bone injuries always suck. Like, if you mess this up in any way, I will be rolling on the severe injury table, and we'll see what sticks. There's a chance you could remove his vision.
Ooh,
You know,
okay.
stuff like that. Then there's a matter of actually, like, it depends on what you find in there. If it's just the soul stone sitting between his vertebrae, then you just take it out and put a new one in, hope that it's the same shape and size and be done with it. If it's in, like, a Star Trek housing, then you have to contend with that.
Okay.
Then there's the whole, like, is he anesthetized? Is he not? You know, like, he's not going to burn through whatever dose you give him faster, like a dwarf would. Like, a dwarf will just do it real fast, but that's not going to happen with Bruce. It's just going to take a lot to get him there, and that's going to be, you know, even more of a knife edge than dealing with humans. Because if you trip that relentless endurance, he's gone.
Okay.
Or you don't trip that relentless endurance, you have that get out of jail free card, you trip it during the operation, suddenly he's in fight mode, and he could injure himself worse, or injure you.
Okay.
That's what I got. I still want to know what the name of that condition is.
Not just called phantom pains, is it?
No, phantom pains is when you lose a limb, but your brain still thinks the nerves are firing, even though the nerves don't exist.
Right.
Condition where you randomly get pain. Fibromyalgia,
Goes in tight.
I think. That's what Google says. I don't know if that's what I'm thinking of or not. But that sounds right. Still, that thing.
Okay.
Anything else?
I had another and I'm blanking on what it was, so
Okay.
in the meantime I'm gonna open the floor if anyone has any suggestions.
Boys?
I don't.
Connie pretty much covered the ones that I had.
Okay. I mean, the books will
Right.
be here, Connie. The books will be here.
Is there like instruction manuals for how to actually use the tools effectively?
Yes, certainly.
I'm not gonna ask you to, like.
I
Go
will
into-
say it looks like it's going to be a 3-man job.
Okay.
It's going to be someone to monitor Boughs, especially if he's unconscious. Someone to be the gopher, basically, and clean up errant problems. And then the actual cutting, for want of a better word.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. So
With
we
that-
see you like looking into that as Rockham goes outside the surgery suite. And God, I want that bouncy Final Fantasy music so bad right now, and I can't play it. I don't have the rights to it. But yeah. So Rock, you go outside
Mm-hmm.
and like close the door to the surgery suite. And where are you going?
Well, after my mess is cleaned up. Or is that what we're doing right now?
All you did was leave the surgery suite, my dude.
I'm gonna find a storage closet, I guess, with a mop and a bucket, I guess.
Okay.
Basically, I want to go back and clean up the mess I made.
Yeah, you can find a mop and a bucket. The thing is, does Rock know what a mop is?
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, I suppose you could choose a door and just think cleaning supplies and see what you get.
Right, but like, if he got a mop and a bucket, would he know what to do with it?
I guess a rag and a bucket, maybe?
I mean, a mop isn't too different from a broom. And if you pull a wet broom out of a bucket full of water,
Okay, they wouldn't be stored together. That's how you get mosquitoes. Like, I hear you. It's very simple. But how many times has Rockham been confounded by city life?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what his equivalent of that would be.
poor guy is just, God, what is this? That's a hot dog, sir.
That's been this whole campaign for him. What do you want about?
Pretty much. Like, if it
Which
was
I'm loving,
if it
but
was
yeah.
anybody else, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
No,
But
no,
it has
no.
come up repeatedly that Rockham is like, "What's a doorknob?" Like,
So I think for him it would be just a bucket with water and then a rag, probably.
okay.
He's at least used that before. But
Soap, yes or no?
I mean,
Probably not.
like there are several like. I think you open the thing of cleaning supplies, and just for a goof, we see like bottles of Windex and like boxes of laundry detergent and like one of those yellow like squeegee buckets that modern janitors use, and Rockham bypasses all of it for a metal pail and a rag.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm not
Basically,
the
that's
only
what
one whose brain went to Windex.
Yeah. It's like there's all of this stuff that's perfect for this. I'll just reaches back into the very back.
Does Rock see Windex and wonder why there's potions in here?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Pauses for half a second. I don't know what that is. Goes for what he does know.
409 checks the bottle behind it to see if it says 410.
Splash potion of cleaning.
That's a thing. That's a thing. It's called scrubbing bubbles.
I thought that was gonna be an acid joke. But
Why
yeah,
would you use acid on your shower?
it was a technically it cleans everything. Just
It
everything.
gets at the yeah. I mean, it gets at the. Have you not seen Breaking Bad?
No, I haven't.
It cleans.
Though that does remind me of the Jimmy Neutron episode where it's like robots attack or something, and Jimmy's mom, the 40s housewife, reaches into her cleaning cabinet and pulls out this giant anti-material rifle, and she just says, "For the tough ground in stains," and shoots a robot in the face. It's great.
I'd forgotten about that.
That show was weird, but it
That
was a
show
gem.
was very weird. Shout out to Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah. Show was a trip.
Saying shout out to Jimmy Neutron is like, yep, Jimmy, we acknowledge you're a real person. You're doing great, buddy. It's like, what? Hold on.
Okay, motherfucker, we are 8 people sitting around a virtual table on the internet and hallucinating vividly. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, pretty much.
I want to argue against what you just said, but realistically, I can't.
You can't.
Okay, let's meet the glass house.
So yeah,
Oh,
I'll
I am
grab
too
those
sick for this nonsense. Go on.
grab those, make my way back.
Yeah, so you
know
go.
they have potions in the
so
closet.
yeah, so you go back into the surgery suite. You see Connie sitting at a table, peering like through a book, doing heavy research, and then you just see, one of those oh god, one of those brushes with the strap that goes over your hand, just moving along the floor and eliminating the stains.
Huh. You know, probably like he has like the things in one hand, like door handle in the other.
Yeah, right.
That's convenient. Closes the door.
Okay.
Sorry, what's convenient?
Door closed. Okay.
Open the closet, throw the stuff back in there, close it.
Do you actually throw it?
Yeah, I mean, assumedly it'll repair itself. So, it's fine.
So, Rock sees one thing and then assumes that the house is indestructible.
I'm not like football, like full thrown. I'm just tossing.
I remind you that you are a Goliath.
Yeah, it's still gonna be like clank, clank.
Yeah, so you throw the stuff in there, close the door. We hear the Looney Tunes cacophony complete with the elephant trumpet.
Dust his hands off.
I'm blanking on his name, but the fiend butler just shaking his head disapprovingly.
His name is Rayburn, and he's
Rayburn, thank you.
currently stalking Piers. So
There you go.
where you headed, Rockham?
That's a good question. Connie seems to be doing her own thing. Stockholm's busy communing with somebody.
Ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'll go check in on Braden next. Just kind of
Okay.
touch base with everybody.
Where you at, Bruce?
That is a good question.
In
Where are you?
the ossuary helping Pierce.
Right.
Ossuary. It's not good in ossuary. What's the first
Orrery.
one? Orrery.
Or,
That's the one.
Ossuary is a better word. Can we all agree on that?
yeah,
Yeah.
easier to say.
So you want to hit?
In my opinion, it sounds too much like cassowary.
See, to me, it sounds like ornery. And now I'm thinking of ornery cassowaries, which.
Oh no!
That's a terrible thing. It's like angry dinosaur. No, thank you.
Why is there a dinosaur in the closet? No.
Those things are dangerous on a good day, let alone when they're ornery.
Right. And yet, shout out to all my World of Warcraft players. Ornery Planestriders are level like 24, so not that bad.
But yeah, I'm in there helping Pierce.
Okay, so I mean, can we gloss over that until Valerian shows up?
Yeah.
Cool. So let's catch up with Salcom then. So,
Okay.
so you have your conversation with Kelio, which will happen when Valerian is here. And look, what information are you trying to get, and what information are you giving to Kelio so that I have it for my notes? Because obviously, time is going to move forward.
The information for Kelio is that it was Grawl is doing well. They're holding Hunterstone. There was a number I needed to give them.
Yes,
there
was.
It was. It's in my notes. Hang I'm having trouble getting to my notes. Oh god.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna give you some appropriate Goliath music.
Oh god, where is it?
If you want to give me a point of inspiration, I'll tell you.
I might have it. Hang on.
Just like...
So you guys have used...
The bridge is repaired and the count is 30.
Yes. You guys have used 6 rooms so far? A clothes closet, a cleaning closet, a surgery suite, a scrying room, a library, and the ornery cassowary.
Yes.
Okay.
I love how that's just the name of the room now.
Hey, you and dried mangoes, Perkmila. I am aware the chat may not have context for that joke, but feel free to ask. Head over to the Discord and ask us. Anyway.
Yeah. I'd be happy to tell you.
Go ahead, so. Yeah, the bridge is repaired
yeah.
and the count is 30.
They're holding Ondlestone. Ayla and Andre are heading that way.
Yep.
And that's like covering the surface base stuff that he needed to handle.
Yes, okay.
Then there's getting information on if they've seen Draconians and if they've seen Draconians be killed and how that went down.
Oh, okay. So obviously, like, you know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
I am not. Maybe it's because I'm sick. Maybe it's because, you know, I want to give Valerian the chance. I don't know, but I am not confident in how Keelio would answer that. Like, I know that Keelio has that information. You and I both know what that information is, but I am not comfortable deciding how Keelio would answer that. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Because that's deeply personal.
Mm-hmm.
I can see an argument going either way. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to keep that nebulous. And I know that makes, you know, doing character stuff harder. And I'm sorry, but, like, that's, like, the one thing that I'm not confident I can answer.
That's fine. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. And the other thing I was thinking of... Oh, golly gee willikers, what was it?
This music is too quiet. I'm going to do something a little bit easier.
Fucking A, not a thought in this head today.
Mood.
I can relate.
I haven't used some medication.
This is why we write down our questions.
Yep.
That was like the major thing.
Right.
And there was one more that I can't remember that was less important.
Were you going to ask Keelio about the legends?
Yeah. God, that's where I was gonna get the extra information on what spirits he's missing.
Sorry, I missed all of that.
I had said, yeah, that's where I was planning to get the information on what other spirits I'm missing information on.
Okay. So, let's go over that, shall we? Chara, if not Keelio, can certainly tell you of some spirits you don't know. What did we say? 5 spirits and 3 champions?
6 spirits, 3 champions.
6 spirits and 3 champions, which will certainly give you some stuff to think about. they can tell you about stag, badger, beaver, cragcat, hare, and fox. Which, we can montage through that, but obviously for the sake of the VOD and for people watching this, we want to go over that a little bit. Stag is like the kingmaker, and the, prosperity through balance type thing. Big trophy stags don't exist unless there are very specific environmental factors going on.
Right.
Hare is the messenger, but also the front runner, for want of a better word. It could be said that wolf and eagle are on the lookout for hare. Cragcat is about independence and personal fulfillment, but shies away from vanity and glory. Badger is industriousness and inventiveness and eccentricity to a point. Beaver is mastering the land. It's the human element more than just being a part of nature. Fox is lateral thinking and problem solving and perseverance. Am I forgetting one?
Hare,
badger,
stag, badger, beaver.
I said beaver
Cragcat.
mastering the land.
hare, fox.
Did we
I
have
think that's all of them.
hare, badger, fox, cragcat, beaver, stag?
Yeah.
That's all of them.
And we'll go into these into more detail, on a Saltcom episode or on a Goliath episode or when I'm not sick. But just gonna run through these montage, mostly so that we don't take up too much time. And then 3 champions on the same level as Eric and Gola and all of those, being Tosk Surefoot, champion of Hare, Odir of the Iron Claws, champion of Cragcat, and Old Yorn Goldeneye, champion of Badger. Tosk was the smallest Goliath ever, with the exception of Kilio. He was basically the curious little brother to all the Goliaths. He's why all Goliaths consider themselves kin. And he was, annoying but tolerated for much of his life. And then there was a big moot, and Tosk went missing, and the clans fanned out to find him, and spread out through this big portion of the north trying to find Tosk, make sure he was okay. And then Tosk turned up and said that orcs were coming and they needed to get everybody together, and Tosk was the one who was fast enough to go and gather everybody back up, and the Goliaths were able to mount a defense. Yorn Goldeneye was he had a permanent dwelling that he made himself. He homesteaded, and there was a whole bunch of stories about his trick house. The walls were made of metal. He had lightning in a jar that he used for light. He had a furnace that could produce cold as well as heat, and used earth as fuel. He had a nose for gold like Mr. Krabs, and would always turn up when somebody had gold or metal to barter with, and he would always buy it. And his homestead became a legend unto itself. And then when he passed, nobody could get into it except Sigrid. and Sigrid didn't talk about what she found there. She went in, she managed to get inside, and then when she came out again, she didn't talk about what she did in there. And his homestead has sat since. And then Odir of the Iron Claws, he was like the most badass Goliath warrior ever. He toppled the first son of Kern. He toppled Eric the Proud. He beat Torvald the Ironclad. And he held this tournament of all the greatest warriors of the Goliath. And he said if any of them could bring him to his knees, he would become champion of that clan until he died. And he was a monk. He had tattoos of all of the Goliath clans on his body. He had these special metal rings with barbs on them that he used to fight with, hence the name. And during the tournament, it was Torvald, industrious Torvald, that made it to the final round to humble Odir. And he almost won. Odir was almost forced out of the ring, because obviously you can't bring Odir down. He's a legend. But Torvald almost got him out of the ring, and when he did, Odir called on a spirit that nobody had ever heard of before, and there was this great conflagration of flame that overwhelmed even the Ironclad with the furnace in his chest. And when the light and the fire faded, Torvald was on the ground and Odir was standing over him. And since nobody could topple Odir of the Ironclaws, he simply walked into the mountains and was never seen again.
Criminy.
Yeah. And again, we'll see more of these characters and hear more of these legends and go over these spirits more at a more opportune time. But we could just montage through all of that with Salcom having this information to research later.
Right. But that is good information to have.
Yes.
Then I think that's everything for Kelio.
Okay. Were there any other calls you were going to make?
Last call to a person was going to be Naja.
You're going to call
Featherkeeper.
Primarch Featherkeeper?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So, you finished with Kelio, and I think, Kelio, didn't do the mirror thing. I think, a mist came out of the glass bowl in the scrying chamber and, took you to that, space between space where you contact spirits. But with Naja, it'll be the mirror thing, right? So, you focus on Naja, and you make the bowl sing, the mirrors ripple, and then you're standing... Actually, you're not standing, you're walking along the main road. You see... Has Salk ever seen mountains? I'm not talking about in Valorholm, I'm talking about in Faerun, excuse me. Have you seen, mountains?
Real ass proper motherfucking mountains?
Yeah.
I don't think so, honestly.
Okay, so...
Unless you count the time that him and Rockham sort of fell from the... Forgive my wording, this is the best way I can get this out.
That was a ravine, I think.
No, when we went to Valorholm the first time.
Okay, that's Valorholm.
But on our return trip, we were falling from the sky down towards Faerun, back into our bodies.
While true, that would still give you an over-the-top view, and there's no mountains around Waterdeep.
True, then the definitive no.
So, Naja and five female Goliaths, all in, similar traveling gear, excuse me, are walking along this, normal, human road with cart ruts on the sides of it, and they're just like over this like brown grass plain, which like slopes down from the road and extends to the left from the way they're facing. As far as you can see, on the right, the road moves upward slightly and then turns into like rolling, almost desert-like hills. The biome I would say is prairie. And then the way that they're traveling, the skyline is just dominated by like the Alps. It looks like Switzerland up in here. Just these huge purple gray stone white cap peaks that extend the extent of what you can see to the left and right. Excuse me.
Wow.
And yeah, you say wow, and they all like turn to you in surprise because you didn't make any noise when you appeared. And the... Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of these hiccups. The five Goliaths like form a ring around Nadja, and her hand goes to the book on her hip. And she sees that it's you, and they like. She doesn't say anything. She just makes a hand motion, and the others relax. And she just like folds her arms and stares at you, like waiting for you to say something.
Greetings, Primarch.
She nods at you.
I apologize for dropping in like this, but some things have... I've gained some information and it's made me question some things. I'm wondering if you could provide some answers.
I think she takes a minute. And you see her, like, scrutinizing everything about your appearance. And, after a moment, she says, "It is my duty," and turns to keep walking. And you could just follow her astrally.
Cool. I take that to mean that it's that yeah, answering questions is kind of my job.
Mm-hmm.
So I found that treasure, and
I think
that...
you notice some of the other female Goliaths like share a look when you say that, and Nadja just nods like it was expected.
But with the extra information I found from there, with it, I have to ask. You had to have known. Why me?
There's a pause. Like, she pauses her walking and, like, kind of glances over to the side at you, as if debating somewhat what she's going to say. And then she says, "You seemed the type to embrace your own ideals."
Well, I'm brave enough to admit I've only got a vague idea of what you mean, but...
What did you do when you found the treasure?
I hoisted it over my head and attuned to it, deciding I was gonna, make use of it like our deal was.
She starts walking again. She says, "You spoke to the son of Kern?"
I did.
And what did he tell you?
Told me I was a fool.
What do you think?
I was a... That I can't be anything else until I am a fool. So I have to try.
Did the son of Kern succeed?
Depends on what you mean. In finding a cure? No.
She gestures at the big mountains ahead of her. She says, "Where does Clan Kern make its home? Do you know?"
I don't. I
You
don't know
do.
much.
You do know.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, they don't exist.
Uh-oh. I guess the answer is then, technically they don't anymore.
She nods. The clan is gone. The spirit still suffering. The son of Kern has no right to talk about failure, and she keeps walking. Again, you can follow her. She can't stop you.
Oh yeah, no, he's just keeping up.
Yeah,
It's just there's these like moments of thought between the questions,
right.
you know.
Just making it clear she's not walking away from you. She's just got miles to cover.
Right.
I have the mental image of Sock just stopping to think, thinking of something else, and then running to catch up again.
It's not running to catch up. It's more just like instant transmission because he's astral. But yeah,
So you decided I was a good fit because I seemed the type of person to make a decision and follow it to the end.
am
And
I
do
wrong?
you think that's what needed at this point?
Are you here to tell me I'm mistaken?
No. Just I don't know. I guess I just really needed to know that.
There's a lot of things you need to know. And a great deal of things that you shouldn't. I'm not your enemy. I never was.
I never believed you were. I know you could have killed me.
She
Easily.
chuckles.
There was nothing stopping you after you had gotten me with that spell from having the talons pull me out of the circle and then you just boom, and he's dead. All right, someone grab the axe.
But I didn't.
That's why I never once thought you were my enemy.
Speaking of which, I'm missing one. She nods back towards the 5 women following her.
Oh, yeah. One of them stopped by our camp briefly.
I know.
There was a purple worm.
I
She
know.
stopped to get the heart. Wait.
She didn't report back with the heart.
Then... Huh. That can't be good.
No.
I presume you'd like me to look into that while I'm still in this area?
Well, I didn't know you were still in the area.
Yeah, a lot's happened.
I can keep you under surveillance if you like.
Full respect. that's up to you, Primarch. If you think you can't trust me and you gotta watch me, I understand.
What leads you to believe I don't think I can trust you? Giving you ancient secrets?
More so being told your Grawl raised Nash, the clans of the north, they'll never trust you. You're an outsider. You know.
What part of that isn't
Kinda.
true?
I mean, none of it. Well, maybe. I don't know. You're very hard to read, man.
She just smiles a little bit and kind of nods, and she says, "It's by design.
You're very good at it.
I have to be."
Like, I can tell why you're Primarch.
There are things that Valdak knows that no one else can. As Primarch, I take my duty seriously.
Hard not to respect that.
Are you looking for guidance or permission?
I didn't catch the back half of that.
Are you looking for guidance or permission?
On that, I guess it really depends on what you mean. Because finding the cure myself, I don't need permission for that. I've actually already got a lead.
She doesn't answer.
But
The axe isn't important.
what I...
Your father is.
Yeah, people keep saying that, and no one's really telling me why, except he was the best.
She laughs when you say that. Not
Obviously,
hardly.
that's not... Obviously, that's not exactly what they're saying, but you get my meaning.
In believing something that isn't true, the clan's unity is weakened. That is why your father is important. That is why the axe is important.
So, then I'll guess that you already know that he recalled it.
Of course he did, that's why I took it from you.
And now, him and my ma are on a brief mission, then they're heading to Hundlestone to meet with Grawl.
Mm-hmm. Where do you think I'm going?
Boy, you really do know everything.
She looks down when you say that. And then, kind of to herself, she says, I have to.
So I guess you already know my plan for kind of the far-flung future then.
If you're talking about contending with Nash, yes.
You are terrifying.
You should see me fight.
No, thank you.
But I'll ask you again. What are you going to do about Kern?
My plan for them...
She shakes her head. Not what you want to do. what you're going to do.
Right. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna cure the spirit, and then I'm gonna find someone that's worthy to carry their horn, to bring them back.
Then I made the right decision.
What was that guy's name? Shit.
Who?
Crag Cat guy.
Odir.
Oh dear.
Odir of the Iron Claws.
Thinking I'll go about it the Odir route.
She smirks at you.
Sorry, I just learned that name, and
It
it was a
shows.
really good idea, so it feels like a good idea.
Odir had a reputation before the tournament.
Listen, when my pa and ma make it back, and Kif's able to reconnect with anybody of the other clans, I'm gonna make waves. I won't have nearly the reputation he did, but I might be able to at least interest a few people. And from those people, I'm sure I'll find the right person.
What did Kif tell you?
Told me a lot of stuff.
Did he make it clear that no kin will take your petition seriously if you decide to encounter Nash?
Yeah. This idea came after my conversation with him, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
There is a reason that I told you what I told you. It will not take holding on to old ideas to usurp the dragon. But likewise, you will not find help among them.
I won't find help among the old ideas?
Or the kin.
So, I gotta keep going as I have.
She nods.
I gotta find someone Nash raised Kern without ever knowing they were.
The two problems are not necessarily the same. Nash and Kern. But they very well both may be Zumar. She stops and turns to face you completely. If you don't do this, there's no hope for the rest of us.
Wait. That they both might be Are you... I might be reading a little too much into that. Are you... We've gone over, you already know my plan for that, but are you saying might be smart to bring them both into Zumar?
A clan needs a hero. I can think of no greater heroism than saving Kern. Except, of course, uniting Nash.
Yeah.
It will take both to save the rest of us. We cannot fight Nash and the dragons. The spirits cannot hold against blight.
A wall and a walking shield both do need.
She nods.
Yeah, alright. I think I get it. None of the issues I have on my plate can be solved. None of the issues any of us have on our plate can really be solved properly without every piece of the puzzle. So, Kern and Nash are gateways to those missing pieces.
She nods again.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Your father will buy you time. That is all that we can do.
That reminds me. He wasn't real easy to tell, but he's not the type to do it often, so I did notice. He flinched when the name Kern was said.
She
Do you know
chuckles.
why?
No.
Does he know?
Does he know of the spirit? I doubt it. But he knows the sting of failure and the price of bloodshed.
Mm.
He likely knows, like himself, that Kern does not exist. The bitterness, the
see.
tragedy. These things are not unknown to Andre Zuma. You're going to ask me where he came from.
I want to, but I get the feeling that some of that cursed knowledge.
More to the point, like, she meets your eyes for like the first time. I don't know.
Boy, so nobody knows where my dad came from.
He likely does.
Well, yeah, but
He shows that Nash can be reached. Beyond
yeah.
that, she just kind of shrugs. A warning, Andre-san. The dragons are coming. From every corner at once. Not only the beasts you fought, but true dragons.
Yay.
Great engines are about to awaken.
I'm sorry, what was that last bit?
Great engines are about to awaken. And you will have to seize your own destiny. If you don't, the peaks will fall, and it will only be the beginning. You will not find answers in the Great Library. Not unless you delve too deeply. And I do not know what will happen if you try.
One more question then.
She nods.
The city, the hive city of the Dreaming Queen.
She nods again.
Got any idea how friendly those folk are?
I have ideas about a great many things, but if it's truth that you want, no.
So I'll have to put my idea of walking into their city with a bag of several pounds of sugar on the back burner.
You are following in the footsteps of Kern, and we've already established they failed.
All I know is that there are mentions that they have alchemical information on the venom.
And what did Kern attempt?
They attempted an alchemical cure. But
And it did not work.
no. But information is a start.
Consider looking where you will not expect.
All right.
And if you do go to the Great Library, heed me well. You will not find what you expect there. But what you do find may be of greater worth. Seek the scaleless.
Very much. Seek the scaleless. All right.
As for the shield, a treasure for a treasure. Do not let Kern's anger at their failure be yours.
I've got no intentions to.
Use the tool if you require the tool. Let no one tell you otherwise. But be certain of what you require. Wisdom, always.
Strike aimed with wisdom can fell even mountains.
She nods.
I won't let you down, Primarch Featherkeeper.
She smirks at you. Did Kif tell you to call me that?
Yeah. I called you Primarch Naja and he got mad at me, so I don't like titles.
Neither do I.
Sincerely. I will not let you down. I will not let any of you down.
Beware the creeping dark if you go that way, but you may find more answers. However,
I don't know what the fuck that means, but that's terrifying.
If you do find yourself in the Great Library, I have a request.
Of course.
There is a group of soft folk. They exist as a fraternity devoted to disproving another. This other speaks that there is naught in the peaks.
Oh fuck, you're talking about an anti-Volo club? Alright, I'll find him.
She holds up a hand.
That was surprisingly passionate.
If they have scoured the peaks, they may have found something that is lost to my sisters and I.
You mean...
Never had occasion to call on them.
You mean the temple?
No. Temples are for gods. Places of worship, veneration. This was our home.
The place of Owl, wasn't it the Temple of the North Star?
That's what some people called it, yes. That's not what Najee called it.
Fair. Sockham doesn't know it anything. Okay. Sorry. I don't know it as anything other than the Temple of the North Star.
She chuckles, and in Giant, she says, "The bridge to the stars."
That's badass. I'm gonna change my notes when I get back.
I believe they are in the vicinity of the Great Library. I've never had occasion to seek them out. If you are there, and you do, and they know, I would be grateful.
You'll have the information as soon as I can get it to you.
She nods. As I said, you may not find what you want in the Great Library. More answers may be found in the creeping dark, but beware. Now, we have a ways to go before the sun sets. If you will excuse us.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
She pulls her hood back up. Find your own way. Always.
And pull hands off the bowl, cut the connection.
Fade back into the scrying chamber.
I think he does that thing where he's just like staring into the mirrors, swinging his arms back, and then clapping in front of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking A.
That was a fucking scene, Jesus.
Right?
Yeah.
You have any other calls you want to make, Sulk?
Here? No.
Where else are you going to make
What?
calls?
Is a communion room a thing I can make?
Yeah. If you are you looking for like a meditation chamber to augment your magic, or?
It's like my usual spirit calling. I want a room that can make it easier for me to
Yeah.
have my meeting with
With who?
my friend in the mist.
Oh, you want to do that? Yes, there is. We see you like turn and leave the scrying chamber. Let's catch up with someone else and then hit that up.
Beautiful. I'll be right back.
Cool. So I guess Connie, what are you up to after being engrossed in study?
Well, I need to talk to Bruce, but I was gonna wait until
Okay.
he was cooking to do that.
So, well, there's the question, right? Bruce, after you finish helping Pierce set up, where would you be?
Yeah, he would head to the... I say head, find a door to go into.
Yeah.
To like a kitchen.
Kitchen, yeah.
You're looking for a kitchen. Yeah, so... Not to go all Monty Python on you, but do you want industrial kitchen or, you know, YouTube food personality kitchen?
Good question.
The mental image of Bruce just talking into a camera.
Right.
I mean,
Binging
fair
with
enough,
Bruce.
Every Sunday.
Honestly, probably something similar to what he has back at the Good Night's Rest.
Oh, well, except a million times better.
Yeah, except a million times better.
So Connie, you see Bruce in, like, the Disney princess kitchen of his dreams, right? It's got,
Nice.
like 3 brick fireplaces, with, like, the open fire pit on the top and the metal door oven on the bottom. It's got a bunch of long tables in the middle of the room and then counters on every side, including a sink, which is not common. And, like, as many unseen servants as he wants for, like, prep. And is it like what are you doing, Bruce? Are you actively cooking, or are you just, like, sitting on the counter? This is, you know, a laboratory grade kitchen, like the type of thing that Caprizi uses at her job. Like, with, you know, like,
I have seen her once.
yeah, sterile environment. Well, that would be an industrial kitchen. This is like more cottagey. But it's got, like, sterilizing stuff so you can keep everything nice and clean. It's got servants to clean up messes so you can focus on cooking. It's got cookbooks up to master tier if you want them, and any ingredients you want, with the exception of stuff that's out of season or stuff that's really, really, really rare. Like, for example, you can get vanilla here, even though vanilla is historically impossible to get, but you can't get, for example, like, the specific vanilla orchid that only grows in the Underdark and is tended by, you know, Dragonkin or whatever.
Yeah.
Then
yeah, he's probably...
It's summer? Moving into... Moving into summer. So, like, ingredients-wise, you can have just about anything.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Connie...
The beets aren't great, but everything else is probably really good. Go ahead.
Connie probably would have taken the lab coat off again, because she doesn't want to freak him out before popping in.
Make an insight check.
Okay. I'm not guidancing, I forgot to take it off.
Okay. I think you left the booties on.
Yeah, that checks out.
But yeah,
But
Bruce, like,
is a lot less intimidating than, like, lab coat.
Right, but hold on. Bruce, are you actively cooking, or are you just, like, sulking?
No, currently he's probably got his nose in, like, one of the advanced recipe books. Like, I've never seen this shit at all.
Right.
Just, like, trying to keep his mind.
I love the idea of, like, prep is happening all around you with the unseen servants, and Bruce has a white truffle in one hand and a truffle shaver in the other, looking at the book like, I'm sorry, what?
Can I be just in a corner just eating some grapes?
Who shaves a mushroom?
Or not grapes, but something like that.
I let Connie do her thing, and then you can come in looking for Bruce.
Okay.
Rayburn had to show you where Bruce was, by the way, Connie.
Makes sense.
So he's there as well.
So yeah. Knock knock. What's cooking?
It looks up, like, holding the truffle. Nothing right now, because I don't know what the fuck this is.
Nothing right now. A bunch of vegetables go into a pot of water.
doesn't smell like nothing. And you said he's sitting on the counter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a problem, Kit?
No.
Okay. Then yeah, she'll come over and sit down beside him.
I'm sorry. I know I keep interrupting, but is Bruce wearing chef whites?
He's probably got the hat on and that's it.
Nice. Okay.
So I found the hat and just like sat it on, maybe crooked it a little bit.
Okay.
So yeah, sit down next to him. Just gonna like she's got an expression like she wants to say something, but she's not sure how to start.
Seeing that, it's like, so how are things going with the prep?
It's a lot. There's a lot to account for, between all the supplies and actually doing the procedure. There's some conversations we gotta have, Bruce. There's no way to avoid it.
You say
Let me
no way
actually
to
take
avoid it, and a broom comes by on its own volition?
Reef stop and stare like, oh, okay, that's a thing. Before turning her attention back to him.
Well, let me actually take a proper seat then. Let's set things down and sit on one of the seats that are at the table.
Alright.
Yeah,
So it can brace himself. Kind of thing.
It's a seat on a track that can like go between the various stations.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So yeah, she'll take a proper seat too then.
Okay, so Bruce sits down and nothing happens. Connie, you sit down and you're given an apple tart and a cup of tea.
Thank you.
From nowhere. It just like Disney magics over to you.
She'll set it aside because important conversation, but noted.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't think I have to tell you that this could go wrong, right?
Yeah, I know. I'll let those that need to be let know.
Yeah. But it's not just that it could go wrong. There's a couple of ways it could go wrong. That dying isn't the only possibility. Another possible outcome is like lifelong injury or like there's a lot of things that can go wrong with the spine in particular that I'm not gonna beat around it. You could also walk out of this paralyzed. Like if something goes wrong and you can't move at all, what do you want us to do?
How about we put a pin in that and talk about it if it happens? A good way that I've been keeping myself sane for this is thinking on the best outcome. Keep a mind on that, otherwise you're going to just spiral into what can and will, and that's usually open the book to it will go wrong.
Okay. Alright. There is another thing though. And it's you on the line, so I wanna keep you as informed as I can, right?
Mm.
So usually with something like this, you would put the person to sleep, more or less, knock them out so they don't have to experience everything happening, right?
Yeah.
Now, we can do that, if you want to, but there is a second option. That might give us a little more leeway, but you might not be comfortable with it. If you are, like, a proper orc, Sorry, out of character, I know I'm trying to explain the whole, relentless endurance thing. In character, I'm not sure how to put that into words.
So, that's fair. We haven't really explored the mechanics, the fiction of how relentless endurance works, except that it does. But anytime that it's come up, it's been from combat, right? From outward harm.
Yeah.
But the best way that I can explain it is like it's divine in nature. It's a gift from Grumsh, for want of a better word. And what it is it's basically divine adrenaline. It only gives you one hit point, right? So no matter how hard you get hit, it just gives you that second to, hit the healing spell or swing the axe one more time or whatever. So basically, his organs have a fail-safe mode, and his brain can stay active from what should put anybody on the ground, if not in the ground. He could get shot in the head by a rifle, and the divine nature of being an orc would keep him alive to either finish the fight or seek help. Obviously, persistent injuries like bleeding out or being poisoned or being on fire it'll only prolong those things, but technically, Bruce is like Lawrence in that he's blessed by a god, and he can't. He will not die even if his body thinks that he's going to. Even if modern science thinks that he's dead, he's not dead so long as that divine spark is there. If and when that divine spark goes away, then he's as mortal as everyone else. It's a okay. I know I talk about it a lot, and I know I've asked you this before, but, like, how familiar are you with Witcher, Gracie?
Passing familiarity. I haven't actually played it.
So, our buddy Geralt has an ability. He has magic and signs. He makes hand signs and minor effects happen, right?
Right.
He has an ability called Ken, or Quen, or Quen, depending on how you pronounce it. And what it does is it absorbs a hit. It doesn't matter what it is. The fucking griffin can come down from the sky and do its dive bomb attack, but if you have Quen up, it won't do anything. Now, Quen might trigger on the griffin's claws, but then the weight of the griffin, like the weight of the griffin's leg landing near Geralt, could knock him down.
Right.
But the claws won't do anything. The Orcish Relentless Endurance is magic similar to that, except it's at the end instead of at the beginning. Quen triggers first, and then your health comes down, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Relentless Endurance, your health goes down first, but it has that
last second failsafe.
Exactly. But it's magic in nature.
Right. So, yeah, okay, so, Yeah. So she says, as I understand it, if I'm reading these texts right, you might have you let me put it this way. For all the hell Grumsh is giving you right now, this one little detail might help you out and give us a little bit of leeway in the surgery, but for that to work, you would have to be awake and conscious for it, if I'm understanding it. And whether or not you want to be awake for something like this is up to you.
So, if I'm parsing that correctly, me being awake would give you slight room for error.
Yeah.
If you had something you shouldn't, then that would give you time to
Of
fix.
course, we would give you something to numb the pain naturally, and something to keep you still. But
You couldn't communicate.
yeah, but you wouldn't be able to talk to us or tell us anything that was wrong, or anything. You'd be there, kind of
able
helpless.
to see what's going on but not feel it.
Yeah.
But he twiddles his thumbs a bit, thinking over it.
I don't need an answer right this second, but it's something to think about.
If it gives you a better chance of fixing, and just gestures at all of them, this, then I'd rather taking a hefty gulp in between. I'd be awake for it.
Alright. Okay. Alright. I'll get the stuff I need for that then. But also, how are you holding up? I know this is a lot to take in all at once.
Long sigh. The less I think about it, the better.
Alright.
About this point, Rayburn moves away from you, Connie, and grabs the door and opens it, and Rock is standing there reaching out for the handle.
Did I interrupt something?
No, you're good.
Yeah,
I was
come on
just-
in.
Yeah, walks in.
I think Connie finally gets to the tart and tea.
Yep. the tartini, if you will.
Hey,
Just wanted to check in, see how you're doing. Just trying to Bruce.
The best I can right now. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to busy myself and wear myself out a bit, just in case something does.
Gotcha.
There's the ding of an egg timer, and I think all three of you jump.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then one of the oven doors open, and like several loaves of garlic bread get pulled out.
Oh, that smells
garlic
good.
bread. Heck you,
So
now
what-
I want garlic bread.
So what you making? Kind of just looking around, hoping to help distract.
I haven't even started. I've just been looking through the books. This has just been
Yeah.
going on in the background.
Yeah, Rock.
Oh.
Do you have any idea what this is holding up the truffle?
Have I seen a truffle?
Make a nature check, actually.
This might, yeah. We'll see.
Are you like? Yeah, it would be like you have points in nature, right? I assume you do.
Yeah, I have proficiency.
I thought so. Yeah. Make a nature check.
Oh, yeah.
Add your favorite terrain bonus because they're from the forest.
Oh shit.
In retrospect, I probably could have made the check too, but I thought it was funnier if I didn't.
Yeah, my favorite terrain bonus is I gotta find Elda. It's been a minute since I used this. Favorite terrain. Where is it? Where did I put it? Hold on. I have a lot of abilities, alright?
And you were going so well. I believe you add half your proficiency bonus again.
I believe that might be what it is too. I'm just, yeah.
Sorry, what's giving him the bonus?
Favorite terrain.
Let's see.
It's either half again or twice.
I'm fairly sure it's half, but that sounds right. When I did the range, yeah, I should still have it. Where is it?
Valerian backstage says it's expertise, so it's twice.
Is it?
So what's
Okay.
your proficiency bonus?
Right now it is, yeah, proficiency bonus is currently 4.
Okay, so you actually got +4 to that roll.
Ooh.
So yeah, Rockham, Connie is holding. You're not sure what the actual name of it is. It's you have in your head all your life called it rich people fungus.
Yeah.
It's an edible mushroom that smells vaguely of feet, and merchants give you gold outright or trade you for it whenever you bring it to them.
I mean, you can get a lot of money for it, but it kind of smells like feet, so I've never bothered with it.
Well, going by this recipe, I need to peel it and mix it with something called, I don't even know.
I mean, you're welcome to try, but
Is it a recipe for truffle risotto?
Ooh.
Yes.
So something called rice, which is something you're not familiar with.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which explains the stock in the background. And the garlic bread, actually.
Yeah, I've never bothered with this. It smells like feet, so eh. You get a pretty penny for it. That's about all it's used for.
Can I just peel off a little bit and nibble on it?
Sure.
I don't actually know what truffles taste like.
Make a Constitution saving throw because raw truffle is pungent.
Oh dear.
I've had truffle before, but it's only ever been mixed in with something.
And
very
yeah,
sweet.
you cooked, it mellows out, and you put a bunch of other heavy flavors like cheese and cream and shit in it. But just like biting into the side of a truffle, Connie, there is a medicinal plant called bitterroot that is less bitter than this.
Ooh. Told you.
Hopefully
Now
that's
your,
gonna
now your
cook.
breath's gonna smell like feet for the next few hours.
If it's not, I don't know why people eat it.
Because it's expensive.
You're gonna put that and kind of looks over to where the stock is. Personally, I think the stock's fine without it, but alright.
Or you could pick a less specific fungus.
Hey, look, I'm trying to experiment here, take my mind off of things.
I mean,
Fair
I'll
enough.
try it if you make it.
There's a
It'll probably be good.
poof sound, and this giant wheel of cheese has been slapped down on the counter.
That's a lot of cheese.
Yes.
Jesus.
Hi, Gamzee.
I was about to say we should go get Stockholm for that one.
I was gonna say we should go get Mert.
Oh, fuck yeah, baby, cheese.
So the giant wheel of cheese is plunked down, and then a wedge knife, like for serving pizza, a mallet, and a chisel are Disney magic in front of Brews.
Flicks a page. Oh god, I need to.
Would you like a hand?
No, I'm good here. You two go deal with fucking. I don't know. Get things ready.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, no, but real talk, we are rolling to see if Brews can crack the cheese.
Yep.
So
Can Bruce crack the cheese?
So Bruce, you go over to this giant, like, it looks like a wagon wheel. It looks like a thick wagon wheel. It's covered in wax. It's got a bunch of like stamps on it. It's like the color of like earwax almost. It doesn't smell like anything, and you've just got this chisel in your hand. What do you do?
Well, let's try and crack the cheese.
Okay, so you gotta like get the wedge in there and tap it in with the mallet. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how much of a professional cheesemaker you are. Make a cooking tools check with your dexterity.
Okay, cook tools with
dexterity.
Oh. Dex.
Add 4 from the laboratory.
Yeah, then 21.
Okay. No, 25 because you have advantage because laboratory.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, 25.
So, as Connie and Rock are starting to leave, we see Bruce like set the wedge into the cheese, start tapping it in. He gets the first wedge in. He grabs the second one. He comes in from the top like an expert cheesemaker. Then he grabs both of them and pulls them to the side. And there's this sound like ripping a bell pepper in half. And then there's just this big like split wheel of Parmesan, and the whole room smells of cheese.
We'll have to celebrate with some Parmesan later.
I think you hear Connie's stomach growl.
Get to cooking then.
somewhere off
wait,
in
actually,
somewhere off in the manor. They smell cheese.
Before, just as Connie's going to leave, I'd let spin round. One sec, I forgot to ask you something. When I get through this, is there something that I can put together now that I'm actually able to eat afterwards? Because I'm gonna probably be starving.
Oh, that's a good question.
So yes, in fact, before the days when you could replenish nutrients intravenously, the like post recovery meal was super important, and like houses of healing would employ like cooks specifically for like mothers that just gave birth and things like that. Like it, yeah. You want like something easy to eat with a shit ton of nutrients, so you need like super soup.
Yeah, you're gonna want the most nutritious soup you can make. Assumedly also the most tasty, but nutrition is the important thing.
I want to say chicken and carrot. I don't know if that's correct.
It's like it's any type of soup, really. You just boil a bunch of vegetables and a whole lot of meat bits. You don't boil it. You don't want to cook it too high. Especially bones, and it all infuses into the water, and then you take that and you fortify it with some fat of some description, and then you
basically oxtail.
Yeah,
Lord.
And then you drink that, and it gives you everything you need.
I'll get on that.
Okay. So we see Bruce like get started with that, and like, you know, there's going to be organ meats involved because nutritional value.
Yeah.
As probably as Connie and Rock are leaving, because it sounded like you two were leaving.
Mm.
Yeah.
So overall, Bruce, so the risotto is like for your siblings.
Yep.
And then you're making this broth. So let's just combine that into one check. It'll be a cooking tools proficiency with the advantage, the +4, and your wisdom. Oh no, you're following a recipe. You're following 2 recipes with your int.
I mean, wisdom or int are the same, so it doesn't matter.
I mean,
Cooking
it
tools.
does, but
For attributes sake.
right. For the rolls, it doesn't matter, but for the rolls, it matters.
And advantage plus 4. So that.
Okay. Good roll.
So 16.
Yes.
No, there's a 17 there. Sorry.
There's a 17 there, friend. Yeah.
21. There you go.
So we'll leave you to your cooking, and Connie.
When everyone, before you go on, once they've all left, I'm going to set out 5 sheets of paper, each with not 5.
No, that's right.
No, 5 for this lot. 7, 8, 9 altogether, because Isvili, Rainier, and Rashal. I'm counting in that, and each of them have their names on it, and it's that slowly starts setting out recipes for each of their favourite foods.
What are they?
Macafano.
Oh, well, let's talk about
Let's
that.
go through
then.
it, yeah.
Like, there's a couple that you're not going to have to roll for. Like, as Vile, that one's just going to be on its face. It's super obvious. So, for as Vile, her favorite food... She's a Waterdavian noble. This girl likes her shellfish.
Yeah.
So, it's probably, like, a really good crab bisque with, like crab bisque made from, like, the... I almost said tamale. That's not the colloquial term. Gracie, you live closer to the coast than I do. Not by much, but what is the colloquial term for the stuff in the middle of a crab that people eat?
Meat?
No.
Oh, I know what you're on about. I just don't remember the name of it.
I've heard it referred to as something weird. I thought it was tamale, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think that's right.
No, tamale is corn mash.
Yes, I know what it actually is.
I'm seeing if I can find the word for it.
I'm not looking for what it is. I know what it is. It's the freaking organs of the crab. But it's like...
But there's a...
What's the colloquial term for that? People eat it with... People, like, crack it open and pour butter in it and eat the whole thing with bread. What's it called?
Heard that referred to as crab cakes.
No, homie.
No,
Crab cakes is
that's-
crab meat mixed with breadcrumbs and vegetables and deep fried.
No, surimi, is it?
What?
Surimi.
I've never heard that word before.
Mm.
Also, hi, Valerian.
No,
Hello.
surimi is the imitation crab.
Okay.
Yeah.
The point
beats
is,
me.
it's like crab bisque made from that stuff, with like the lump crab put in it, and then served with like a nice buttered bread. For Rashal, I feel like Rashal is a simple dragon. He likes his tea, he likes his finger sandwiches, and maybe a nice salad, right?
We'll make this man the best Rashal he's ever met.
Yeah, right. For your siblings, though, we have 2 choices. You can roll for it, or you can lead the discussion with your siblings about their favorite food. Here's the thing, though. Brayton has only been cooking for like 2 weeks, so I don't know if he would know their favorite food.
No.
He's been cooking for 2 weeks, but he's known them
also
his
been-
entire life.
True, but when you live in a small village, it's less about your favorite food and more what you can get.
Yeah.
And then we went to a city for 3 weeks.
3
You're
weeks is
sweet.
not necessarily enough time to find your favorite food.
Also, like, Pierce went to like an interdimensional school.
Yeah.
And Lawrence was also gone for a while. So.
Like, I don't even know what Pierce's favorite food would have been.
Nothing I can get from this plane.
Or we can hand wave it and just it's there, you have it. But it might be something that we can talk about. It's up to you. Rainier, you're not gonna have any idea. I don't think Rainier ate in front of you the entire time you knew him.
Only one time he ever did, and that was when we gave him a portion of soup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was that soup from the What's Her Fuck restaurant.
Her
Uh,
name is Caprizi,
Caprizi Whisk Wizard.
and the restaurant, like, was it the fancy restaurant or was it the luncheon restaurant?
It was the fancy restaurant.
The fork on the left.
But Rachel took me there, and she gave me a pitcher of soup.
Yes.
Slammed a spoon into it, and then slammed the spoon into my mouth and said, "What does this need?"
Yes.
And Sockham responded with, I think it was oregano.
Cardamom. I think you said cardamom.
No, it was definitely
because
oregano.
I don't
It was
know
definitely
what
oregano.
Okay.
I can tell
Yeah.
you it wasn't cardamom because I don't know what cardamom is.
Or how to pronounce it.
It's cilantro pods, but anyway. So, like, yeah, like, it's up to you, Bruce. Like, do we want to spend some time with this, or do you want to hand wave it? The choice is yours. You're not putting anybody out.
I'll at least try and figure out something for Rainier. Given that he
Yeah,
was
like, Rainier is the one you won't be able to figure out.
fair. Find the fanciest recipe in the book.
Okay, that's the thing, though. Rainier, like, that would work for Svile. But,
Yeah.
like,
Rainier denounced,
correct.
like royalty
That's-
living.
Yeah, that's a good point.
May I suggest?
He's a
like,
pirate. Like,
may I suggest for Rainier a tomato soup with a grilled cheese?
yeah, I was gonna say
I
a
was
hearty
going to-
vegetable stew.
I was gonna suggest finding a water-deep staple and putting a twist to it.
So, KnightLites, do you want to discuss your favorite foods, or what are we doing? By the way, Valerian, you missed it. I am sick, and I have sick medicine in my system. So,
No way.
yeah.
Now,
I like
after
the idea
this
of going
scene,
there.
I'd like to get caught up on what's going on so far.
No problem.
I think I know what Connie's is.
Same with Rock. His is pretty.
By the sounds of it, we want to discuss it.
That's literally what I was about to say. Thank you, Bruce. Go ahead, Connie.
I forget what it's called, but it was like it's like a spicy Middle Eastern dish. I think she had it when
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I realize it's
Also, please do not ask me to pronounce Indian food. I can't do it.
I mean, I
And
know
I
what
will
Lawrence is-
I will invariably say something racist.
Fair.
I want to say it's a specific kind of curry, but I'm not sure.
Like, I know exactly 3 types of curry, and I don't think any of them are technically curries. One of them is Japanese.
I'll be googling it in the background, but the point is, it's one of the spicy dishes Embrick and Avi made, namely Avi made.
Oh, are you talking about the tagine?
Maybe? Hang
Because
on.
that's not a curry. That's closer to like a grilled dish, if anything. The tagine refers to the vessel that it's cooked in. And I believe it is... I am going to get this wrong. I apologize to any of our Middle Eastern friends, either Middle Eastern friends or friends of Middle Eastern descent. I'm going to get this wrong. I think a tagine is Persian, aka Iranian.
If I'm googling the right thing, it looks like tagine is a spice.
What I'm thinking of is the conical clay dish that you put like stew in and then grill it. The dish is called tagine and the vessel is called tagine, I think. I don't know.
It's Arabic.
It's Arabic. Okay.
Let me grab a fucking photo of it.
Yeah, put it backstage. I'll know it as soon as I see it.
I was thinking about it, and like ignoring the experimental stuff and focusing on what Brayden
Yes.
would know.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
Like, definitively it is not curry.
that's how you spell it.
Like, I'm
the
thinking-
one time that my dyslexia comes in handy.
That is a really good looking dish, by the way.
Right?
It is.
What,
Oh
what,
my
what, what
God.
you don't see is that lid looks vaguely like a traffic cone.
I can partially see it from the image.
You can see some of it, yeah.
Yeah. I think when it comes to Pierce, like ignoring the extra dimensional stuff, Oh, a staple you could find anywhere that Pierce has found, maybe have found comfort in once or twice, maybe.
Nothing tastes like home.
You can get a baked potato anywhere. Like a loaded baked potato?
Okay, you could get a baked potato anywhere. True. Loaded baked potato?
Yeah, yes, you couldn't get loaded baked potato anywhere, but, if you have the stuff to add to it, you add to it.
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah, like a baked potato, and if you have it, stuff added to it.
Pierce strikes me as a baked sweet potato type of guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
A yam
that-
lad, if you will.
I am what I am.
I know what Lawrence's is going to be.
Hmm?
And that would be Avi's baklava.
Oh,
Good
you
choice.
You can't make obvious baklava, though.
I
trying to
will
get close.
attempt to recreate it.
how do you spell baklava?
Avi's got it.
Baklava, I think? Be careful, though, because if you spell it wrong, you'll get balaclava, which I believe is a hat.
It's a ski mask specifically. But yeah.
If anything, Lawrence would be the Tajin, and then Connie would be, just Kalashite food in general, Connie, question mark?
I suppose.
Which is, surprising to me, because, I'm gonna be honest, Kanye strikes me as spicy noodles.
I mean, spicy either way.
Spicy noodle soup seems like something Connie's grandma would make. Being an herbalist.
That is fair.
What's the... I'm gonna get this wrong. What is the spicy Thai soup called? Is it Thai?
Oh,
Pad Thai?
No. Okay,
No.
first of all,
I don't fucking know food. I don't know food.
It shows. Pad Thai is like a stir-fried casserole, sort of.
duh. Tom Yum.
No.
Tom Yum.
What?
Tom Yum
Oh.
strikes me more as, Connie's thing, with, lemongrass and, like glass noodles and, spicy broth.
Yeah, but obviously cooking really made an impression.
Sure. But you're telling me your grandma's cooking didn't? Or your mom's cooking?
That's fair.
And yeah, Connie would be the spicy.
And then you can get the Middle
noodles.
Eastern cooking from Lawrence's.
Yeah.
Or the Kalashite cooking from Lawrence's.
Mhm.
For Rocco, why is
I
it
feel
not
like him's pretty easy.
barbecue?
Probably, yeah.
Take
Or what would their home take be on it?
home take?
Because they probably didn't have barbecue sauce in the way I'm thinking of it.
No, not. Okay, first of all, motherfucker, that's
For
not
me, barbecue sauce is part of barbecue. So
That's not barbecue. Barbecue
I would
is.
fight you on that. That's
I will win. Barbecue is dead animal plus smoke plus time.
fair enough. That much I can agree on.
And for Sock, a nice hearty meat pie.
You right?
Like the one they stole off of the windowsill.
That was a berry pie.
That
Oh, was
was
it? Okay.
that was a blackberry pie created by Mrs. Greywater. How dare
Mhm.
you forget her name?
After however many years.
and then
That probably wasn't the last time.
but yeah, probably like a hearty meat pie or something with a lot of calories for Salk because he eats a shit ton.
Never forget, Sockum's favorite thing is fruits and cheeses.
Yeah.
So as long as what you make has one of those, he will be a happy, happy man.
I will make you two.
Blackberry cheesecake.
I was gonna say, yeah, you want to talk about calories? Yeah, berry cheesecake would do it.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
And then for Pierce, what did you say? Sweet potato?
Yeah, loaded sweet potato was for
Yeah.
me.
Baked sweet potato or sweet potato fries?
Excuse me.
Sweet potato fries are fucking amazing.
Counter stuffed sweet potato fritters with
Ooh.
figs and cheese in them,
Of course, Pierce would have that.
Yeah, that checks out.
right?
And Val isn't here to confirm.
Where did he go? He just got here. Oh my god.
Don't know. He didn't say anything.
As for Rainier,
I'm still here. I'm still here. I was on push to talk. Sorry.
as for Rainier, I don't know. I don't think you have that information. The cooking begins in earnest. So to catch you up, what?
Yes.
Well, no. What was it you said there?
The cooking begins in earnest?
Yeah.
You don't know what that means?
No, I didn't hear what you said.
Ah. So,
Who's Ernest and why is he in my kitchen?
the unseen servant's name is Ernest.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
So we've glossed over most of Pierce's stuff. That's what you
Okay.
missed.
Okay.
Salk is going to have a conversation with Kilio. Sorry, again, sick and medicated.
Yes.
We could do that now. We can do that during VOM. We can do that
We
later this
could-
episode. Whatever.
It's okay.
I'm really sorry. I know you just got here, but could I interrupt with something real quick?
Yeah, of course.
I
Sure.
forgot to talk to Rock about something while we were together.
You haven't forgotten. The next thing we're doing fictionally is Connie and Rock leaving the kitchen.
Okay, scratch that. No, never mind.
Yeah.
Carry on.
You might have forgotten. I didn't. I'm just catching Pierceable up.
Yes.
Also, you're not an Roll20.
You were correct. I am not. I should be. Oh, nope, it locked me out. Why do you... Okay, what do you mean my password's wrong?
First of all, how dare you? Second of all, the fuck?
Roll 20, I will hunt you down.
Run as administrator. I owed you.
Excuse me one second.
I'm just saying.
What do you
Pierce,
mean my
won't-
password's wrong? Oh my god.
you won't
Hang on.
have to- You won't have to hunt very far. You can find it on Google.
Yes, I know I can reset it using my Google account. Thank you.
So, also, Pierce was spending some time prepping the... See, I want to call it an ornery chocobo, but Pierce wouldn't get that because he wasn't here for the earlier joke.
Oh my god, why are you guys like this?
Because none of us can say thalamic orrery.
Thalamic orrery. Like,
Yeah, of course the wizard can say it.
Of
course I can.
The point is, we started calling it the cassowary, and the ornery planestrider, and the ornery chocobo. It's a whole thing.
Listen. We just call it the wizard shit room.
There
No,
you
the
go.
wizard shit room is different. And then, but yeah, Pierce has been working on that. Lawrence went off to clear his head. Bruce has been cooking. Connie did some research on the actual surgery bit. Rockham talked to Primarch Featherkeeper and Salk talked to Primarch Featherkeeper and got some information. Quite a bit that he should probably share with the group at some point. Rayburn had been lurking near Pierce until Connie went in the kitchen, and then he followed her. That's basically what you missed.
okay, my password's been reset. I'm in.
No, you're not.
Oh,
I'm getting there. Hang on. It's loading.
Something backstage got me.
It's hatching dragons. Okay, I'm in.
It's hatching dragons.
Yes.
Oh, let dragons in. Oh god.
So when
Honestly, I'd be down to do. Sorry. Go ahead. You said when?
when we get to you,
Yes.
we need to discuss prep of the. I almost did it again. Thalamic orrery. That time I almost went thaumaturgy.
I feel like I'm gonna need more than an hour to do all of like the things I want to do with prepping it.
I mean, luckily for you, we might be going a little bit late tonight.
Okay.
If we start on the operation of Bruise, I'm at least going to keep you and Bruise here until it's done.
Okay.
So.
I do kind of want to do the thing with Salk. That'd be fine.
Okay, but either way, Connie has the floor.
Yes. Go ahead.
So,
Sorry.
Rock, Connie, you exit the kitchen as Bruce is cracking the cheese wheel open.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're in the hallway with Rayburn. What would you like to do?
Hey, while I have your attention, Rock, there is something we're gonna need.
Well, just tell me and I'll get it.
So, you know the whole thing about a soul stone?
Sure.
And how we're gonna have to
remember that
replace
being
it,
said, yeah.
probably?
Uh-huh.
If we have to replace it, we're gonna have to find a new soul to put into it. Viv had said she used a deer, but I don't think it has to be that.
I could probably find something like that.
Yeah. We're gonna need you to bring it back alive, though. Unless you want to take the soul stone with you.
I mean, either could be feasible.
Alright. I gotta talk to Pierce to see how that's coming along, but once we know what's going on, we're gonna need you.
Oh, why don't we just go bug him now?
You know what? That's a good point.
So you turn to Rayburn to ask where Pierce is, and here comes Sockham coming up the hallway, sniffing like a bloodhound.
I just point to the kitchen door.
Same.
Nice. Cheese, baby.
Does he do the hand rubbing?
Yeah, he is absolutely doing the hand rub.
Where's that gif of, I think he's a rapper? I'm not sure. In like the yellow sweatshirt, and he's rubbing his hands together, but it looks like he's rolling Play-Doh.
I think I can find it.
I have no idea who it is. Yeah, that one.
Some people do. Yeah, there it is.
Who is, like, does anybody know who that is? Is it someone, okay, don't dox
don't
him.
remember.
Is it someone famous?
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure it is.
He looks like a musician to me.
Probably, yeah. Or some sort of
Regardless,
actor,
Sock is
maybe.
doing that.
Gonna get some cheese and call a bird.
Very good, sir.
Anthony Adams, he's a football player.
He's a football player. Okay.
Ah.
Fair enough.
So, yeah. Hey Rayburn, do you know where Pierce is?
He like, looks out into the hallway for a moment. Getting dinner, Mom.
Yeah, that's all that do.
He doesn't actually say that. Actually, no, he does because it's funny. But yeah, Sock, you open the door to the kitchen right as Brayden is having his moment of like writing all the recipes down. So Brayden, you're knocked out of your reverie by the door flying open.
Immediately just grab a chunk of cheese and just throw it at the door.
Sock, make a dex save.
That tracks. That tracks.
I expected this.
It wouldn't be
Apparently,
the first time that Sock's done this, and it won't be the last.
I apparently didn't expect it well enough that I didn't have my thing ready. There we go. Beamed by cheese.
Can you make a ranged attack, Bruce?
Where?
Cheese.
It's your normal range attack rules, so 120 plus your dex plus your prof.
Bleh. Right,
Is he
just roll a
proficient with
D20.
cheese chunks?
He's proficient with thrown weapons.
True.
So yes.
So,
Yeah.
D20.
Cool.
10,
Plus your
11,
dex.
12, 13, 14,
Plus your proficiency.
18.
18.
Good lord.
Sock, what's your armor class?
If you have all your stuff on right now.
15.
Well, you don't wear armor, do you?
So Sock comes in, rubbing his hands together. Brayden hears the door open, reaches over, grabs a hunk of cheese, turns, throws it, and just baseball sock him right between the eyes.
Do we hear the thunk from the hallway?
You hear
or did
the
door
thunk. You
close?
hear the thunk because it's the biggest hunk of cheese Salcom has ever seen outside of Mert's house, and it hit him squarely between the eyes. It didn't break his nose, but it breaks the skin on the bridge of his nose, so he's just like bleeding a little bit. This hunk of cheese just rolls along the ground.
Working.
Yeah. Christ, Braden, what is it? It takes a. What is it? What? Is this sharp cheddar?
No.
It's something called Parmesan.
I understood that reference.
See, I would have given you inspiration if you had called it Parmesan, but anyway.
Fair. I didn't kill someone.
Well, fuck yeah.
Ignoring his bleeding face.
Again, I feel like
look at
that's
him.
Rock, Connie, and Rayburn are just looking through the door like, the fuck?
Do you need a healing word, dude?
What?
I'd offer, but I'm tapped.
Just pointing at the
wait,
bridge of her nose.
Sorry, Sock, I'm a bit on edge.
Yeah, I can tell. Hey, are you cooking?
No, I'm
Bubbling
standing here
pot, fires in the ovens, things being cut up all around him. Bruce, just arms folded. No, why?
No, I'm in here sewing.
Yeah, har, I get it, but no, this is something I thought about that I've been meaning to bring up to you. You seemed like you used to have quite a passion for it. And but thinking, well, your dad, he took up a craft to help distract him, right?
I see where you're going with this, yeah.
Maybe make this your thing, you know? It's, granted, it's a little bit more resource intensive than your dad's work. But, you know.
I mean, I would say his is pretty resource intensive. I can only imagine how many trees he's went through.
That's fair. Your dad is still a very scary fucking guy.
What's your passive perception, Salcom?
My passive perception is 12.
Okay. That's enough.
Okay.
On the counter opposite Braden, so Braden got his back to it, there are, you know how, okay. Shout out to American Midwestern white women. I'm about to put you on blast, I'm sorry. You know how in American Midwestern white lady kitchens, there's that dusty corner with the books all stacked up against it?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That is here, and there's a very dusty book laying long ways on top of the other books, and it catches your eye because the spine has metallic purple lettering on it.
Whoa. I think Salcom's just gonna strut over and grab it.
Okay, you grab it. The cover is covered in dust.
Blow
Alright.
that off in here, you're getting the food.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'm not gonna blow it. He's just gonna like he's gonna rub the cover like on his pants.
Okay.
Go do that, Braden. Just reaches around, grabs a towel, and just chucks at you.
Yeah.
I gotta wash these later anyway. Don't worry about it.
You clean up the cover, and in purple lettering, like purple metallic lettering, the book says, "The College of Four Seasons, : a guide to cooking Cooking up encouragement for your fellow adventurers.
What in the Bardic hell? What in the Bardic hell? Bardic hell. Braden, book.
Yes, Sockham, that's a book. Well done.
I was hoping for that.
Okay, serious
Give them
question.
2 thumbs up with a concerned face.
Serious question.
That cheese did more damage.
Have
Does Zoc have a concussion?
I
Did
think
you-
you misdescribed the scene. I think it hit a little higher than his nose.
Yeah, right?
do you know the show Soul Eater?
No?
There's a
Yes.
I do.
Like,
There's
yes, I know what Soul Eater is, but you said that in the Sockham voice.
well, that Sokka voice is just me.
No,
but
it's not.
Like
No, it's
a
not.
tone deeper.
Yes, we know
That
Soul
phone
Eater.
is important. Yeah.
So you know the maca chop.
The maca chop? Yes.
Oh no!
I am familiar with
Yeah.
the maca chop. I think I had one once at a steakhouse.
Just gonna give Braden a light maca chop for that. Just with the book.
Yep.
Okay, I deserve that.
Look what it says. Holds the book out to him.
College of the Four Seasons.
What was it?
The
Ver-
College of Four Seasons, cooking up encouragement for your fellow adventurers.
Right. Cooking up encouragement for your fellow travelers,
Adventurers.
adventurers. That's might be a book on doing the type of stuff I do, but with cooking.
I mean, if that's the case, do you want to, like, maybe both of us go over it later? See if you can actually, like, help me glean something from it.
I mean, yeah, if you want. Just don't lose track of it in the meantime.
It's why I was going to say you keep a hold of it, because it's going to get lost in this cacophony.
Oh no, I have to make I have to do something, and there's a likelihood of fire. So
Fair enough. Just take it and put it, like, in like a pocket that he's got in his cloak.
Okay. I just want to say this before I forget. The first chapter is called Vox and Place.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't understand this pun.
Every
don't
voice in its place.
Mm.
Mise en place. No? Nobody?
No, I got it. I was muted. Sorry. That's
I don't get
clever.
Mise en place
didn't
is
see it, but I
the
figured
concept of prepping all of your food before you cook it.
oh,
It's called everything in its place. You know where everything is, it's all ready to go. Vox is the human voice. Vox and place, every word in its place.
I see.
Oh. Prep what you're going to say before you say it.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Flashbacks to my first.
I thought that was
school.
clever, and I wanted to say it before I forgot.
It's very clever. Unfortunately, we are pea brains.
I
I
got you.
mean,
Unfortunately, I
I'm-
don't speak French.
I'm medicine brained right now, so you know.
Fair.
I'll be back once I'm done, so we can make sure you have something to think about. You know, aside from that.
Yeah, that will come in handy. Pat, pat.
You gonna head out, Sock?
With my cheese.
With my cheese. Alright, good. So, Pierceable,
Yes.
pull your mic down.
Roll as your
Okay.
character.
Hello.
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 So, let's talk about. I almost said Ornery Chocobo again. Birchmila, what have you done?
That's just the name in the room now.
The power of inflicting people with words.
Let's talk about
I didn't even add Chocobo. You added that.
Birchmila, what have you done?
I said Cassowary.
Not helping. Let's talk about the Thaumic Orrery.
Okay.
Green bean casserole.
with
I
a
only half
with a
understood
mouthful
what
of
you
what
said.
I can only assume is
I
cheese.
understood what you said.
He said
Oh,
green
right.
bean
The green
casserole
bean-
for no
yeah.
reason.
It's because the last pun on the name that was made kind of sounded like green bean casserole to me.
Ornery chocobo sounds like green bean casserole. Okay. So
I think you meant cassowary.
Yeah.
At some point, this is going to devolve into Cabbage Patch.
Wimbledon tennis match is a classically trained actor and deserves more respect than this.
Yes.
When did the Cabbage Patch Kids become children actors? What?
Oh.
What's Cucumber Patch?
Oh God.
I'm confused. I heard cabbage. I heard Cabbage Patch, and then
And then I
all of a
said
sudden we were
Wimbledon
talking
tennis
about-
match.
the fuck is a Wimbledon?
It's a place. It's a location.
You know, like Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, Wimbledon is like the big like tennis mecca of England. Wimbledon tennis match,
Tennis Mecca is definitely a band name.
right?
Also, I just hit my funny bone. Ouch!
Oof.
Hysterical.
Percival,
Yes.
we need to. God. You, all of you. I can feel you staring. I can feel you staring.
I haven't done anything. I
How can you
swear.
be staring? You don't use a face cam.
You are.
I'm staring at my notes, I'll have you know.
Say the funny words, Magic Man.
Oh, that hurts.
How many D4 psychic damage is that?
Eventually, I will get to this scene, so help me.
So help me, Gond.
Percival,
Yes.
we need to go over the Thaumic Orrery.
Okay. So, I've
So,
got a list of things I need.
you have a list of things you need, and I have a room that I need to describe to you.
Please.
Do you like gold?
No, I think it's gaudy. Continue.
Same. So basically, this is a stone room with crystal lattice windows that are colored. It's not stained glass, but it's like there are colors to the window so that it filters in green light, red light, and blue light. In the center of this stone chamber, there is this humongous... It's wide but not high. It's a pedestal. You could step onto it easily. It's not high, but it's humongous. It's like the size of like a round dining room table. And on this pedestal, there are a bunch of grooves and tracks cut into it. And in these tracks, there are metal poles that are linked together with metal axles. And on these metal poles are representations of planets and stars and things like that. And they all rotate as they would in space. In the center of that, there's this giant mana crystal that's like giving off this like cyan light that is seemingly drawing power from the moving planets on the track. Around this room are various reagent cabinets and work tables and like devices for precise measurement and magnification and like combination of various things. It's a chemistry lab, but a lot of the devices in here are not used in chemistry. It's like equal parts chemistry lab, inventor's study and um Barbie's arcane dream house.
Uh-huh.
It is everything you need to create magical effects, to create spells.
Ooh, create spells.
Oh, and the entire roof folds away to show the night sky. It's currently closed.
It's currently closed. So when you said to make spells,
I meant what I said.
so I could use the reagents in here even if I didn't.
Raw
The
magical
reagents-
creation is the point of this room. Taming the weave.
Taming the weave itself, not just through my own self as a vessel, but through the devices in this room.
Correct. This is a room designed to, like, pump magical energy into crystals, for example.
I may not even need Strixhaven. The only thing I needed Strixhaven for specifically was for the spells of higher level that I'm not able to cast.
Why not make a scroll room?
There is a row of beakers along one of the work tables that are just for popping mana potions.
Oh,
By the way,
wow.
the first time we've seen mana potions in DA.
Yeah, I want to take a look at those.
So they're thin, like glass cylinders with corks on the top, and they're full of deepening shades of blue liquid.
Deepening shades of blue liquid. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna touch them yet.
Okay,
You said there was a means to.
you could just stop right there. Yes,
Yes.
if it is
there's a means-
spellcraft related, it is in here.
Books, guides, anything. Are there
Yes.
shelves in here?
Yes.
Okay. First on my list, because this is probably going to be the hardest things I need to do. I do need that additional room on scrolls, not just because I need the information on how to use
There
this
are
equipment
reagent cabinets
to-
in here, including one of those metal cabinets with the one of those metal cabinets with the holes in it, with the entwined have you ever seen they're mostly used decorative these days, but they're like metal it's set up similar to a chain link fence, but the holes are much smaller.
See, I know what you're referring to.
There's a cabinet
Precisely.
of one of those in here to allow airflow that's just full of scrolls.
Yes, I'm gonna go over those. I need to find 3 scrolls in specifics. Shield of Faith, Mind Shielding, and Permanency.
Easily.
Easily. Okay.
But are they at the level he needs?
I can upcast them, can't I?
You can't upcast a scroll, no.
Can't upcast a scroll. So I need...
7th, 8th, and 9th was what you needed.
Yeah,
I don't
se-
think you could
Permanency is the right
upcast
level.
that.
Permanency is the right level. Mind Shielding and Shield of Faith are not. Shield of Faith isn't a wizard spell. I can't write it down and then recast it.
Nope.
Who's it? It's excuse me. Shield of Faith. I'm assuming it's a paladin spell.
Yes, it's a paladin or cleric spell. Mind Shielding, I could do using the reagents in this room to artificially give myself the quote-unquote slot to cast it.
It's not that simple, but yes.
Yeah, I'm simplifying a lot. Shield of Faith I can't do. I'm going to need Lawrence's help. Because Lawrence could prep that spell after a rest.
Yes, but you don't need Lawrence. What you need is to use the arcane method.
In method. Explain?
Scientific method? You never heard of the scientific method?
Yes, I know the scientific method, but I'm not sure how that pertains to getting the scroll from... I mean, experimentation.
Yeah, you do wizard shit, and you either make the scroll, or you cast the spell.
I was going to say, start with a scroll and then work backwards to figure out how to cast it and then put it up to the level you need.
How is he a better wizard than you?
Because I have a logical brain, that's why.
Fair.
See, I was sitting here thinking, like, if this place has everything you need for spellcraft, why isn't there something? Why wouldn't there be stuff to like augment the level or effect of a scroll that's already been made?
There is.
Well, there you go, Piers.
Dana.
Okay. Okay, so this is just a me thing.
Mhm.
I need to stop thinking of the limitations of the rules, because this room defies much of what you can do out in the field.
Correct. This
Welcome
is
to
the
being a
type of
wizard.
thing that you would do at Blackstaff Tower.
Okay. So, permanency I have. Mind shielding, what is that level base? So
Check
I know what...
the reagents for permanency. And the casting time. Before you say, I have it.
Yes. Is that even... That's not a spell in the current edition.
Ain't that a bitch?
We do that information from you, or Pierce has to go on Val has to go on an internet scavenger hunt, which
I
always goes
believe-
so well.
I believe permanency is it's either a day or a week cast time. And it simulates casting a spell for a year and a day in that amount of time. But it requires not only diamond dust, but I think it requires a bloodstone. If it doesn't, it does now.
One of those is real easy.
Okay, apparently it was a thing in 3.5.
Like,
I've
I'm
gotta
saying that's
find
what it
it.
takes if that's not what it says in
Yeah.
previous editions.
Sorry, how long did you say the casting time was?
I'm gonna say a week.
We don't
But again,
have
it
that-
simulates a year, so...
We don't have that kind of time.
You're right. So it's not enough to say, I have permanency in my hand. Like, Pierce is looking at it and he's like, shit.
I need something. No, wait. I'm curious about limitations of Mordenkainen's Magnificent Manor now.
We can have that conversation.
I've got a pedantic question.
Yep.
Curious about the...
Wait, Valerian.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Pedantic
So-
question.
We've established before that spell scrolls for spells with a reaction time doesn't work because it takes an action to cast from a scroll, right?
Correct.
If we do get a scroll of permanency, would it take an action to cast it?
Technically, yes, but then Pierce has to cast the 9th level spell, which he can't do. Like, it wouldn't cost him a spell slot, but he doesn't have the ability to cast that kind of magic. So he still hits that stopgap.
Okay.
As per the limitations of Mordenkainen's Manor, go on.
I'm thinking in terms of we need time. We need an extended amount of
Are
time.
you asking me to make a hyperbolic time chamber? Because the answer is no.
Then I'm not sure how else to like.
Okay, what is the problem that you have?
This casting time.
Right.
Like it's
So what do you have to simulate?
a week of time. Like I don't know how else to. Okay.
Okay, there's a difference between giving yourself a week of time and mimicking a week of time in terms of magical conflux. If only you had an arcane laboratory.
Damn it.
The question is not, how do I get a week of time? The question is, what happens during that week and can I condense it? Get your mad scientist on, Valerian.
Alright. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make excuses. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm a little tired from my shift at work, so...
And I'm sick and medicated, so let's do some mad science.
We'll get through this. Okay, so...
Whose brain did I put in that body? Abby.
Who the fuck is Abby?
Abby, normal.
Okay,
Come on.
So, making a note. Week of time. See. Okay, so I do want to examine the scroll. Hang on. Wait. Maybe the thaumic goggles would help me with this. Where are those? Should be in this room, correct?
They're on your face. You put them on the blast section.
Okay. I'm going to use them, and I'm going to. Can you read a scroll without casting from it?
No.
You can. No.
Reading the scroll, like, as a wizard, you know this. There's an activation rune in the writing on the parchment.
But you can. Wait.
What happens if you read it backwards?
What are you asking?
There's a check involved in casting it.
Correct.
And in those instances, it's not used.
Correct.
What happens when you fail the check?
You don't cast the scroll.
No. What happens in the act of trying to do so that you fail to do? Because if I can artificially fail the check to do so, I could examine the scroll.
Exactly. You could just fail it. You said, does reading the scroll activate it? Yes. But if you fail the check, nothing happens, so you just fail it. That's all.
I don't want to.
I understand you don't want to activate it.
I don't want to activate it.
You want to study
but
it.
I want to study it.
So you have to fail the check, which you can just do. You can always just fail.
Okay, I'm going to examine the permanency spell, fail the check to cast it.
Okay. Permanency is a 9th level, bordering on 10th level abjuration, I think. It simulates the effect of casting a spell repeatedly, usually for a year and a day, that's usually the tradition, to make a magical area or a magical device or a long-lasting enchantment, depending on what it is that you're doing. It simulates all of that using diamond dust, which is often used as a like a circuit, like a magical circuit is diamond dust. A bloodstone as the power source, and then a whole lot of focused energy from the caster over the course of a week.
Okay.
It can only be cast on a spell.
Only be cast on a spell.
Or a magical effect of some description.
So if I'm hearing that right, if you condense the amount of energy that's put into the spell down to a day, that should do it? Question mark?
You don't have a full day, and that would mean that Pierce can't do anything else. He would need to condense it down into a couple of hours.
We need to
A lot of energy to put out in a couple hours.
Yes.
So, like, a week and a day, like...
Week in a day, down to an hour.
So...
A year and a day, down to a couple hours. Permanency is a week. It replicates a year and a day. And you're trying to do that further.
So...
I'm just saying, Pierce's punctual permanency.
Right? Fuck. Oh my god, okay. 8 times 24... 192...
Listen,
192 hours condensed into... span of, like, 3 hours.
But that that itself is condensing a year if you're doing that math.
Yeah, that in itself... I need to condense the spell by a factor of 60... like... by a factor of 64.
Yes.
Jeez.
I've got a weird idea.
Okay.
You said mad scientist shit, and I am an unknowing mind, so forgive the idiocy if any comes present.
Oh, feel free. That's exactly what this is.
So the process of a sorcerer twinning a spell, it cannot be a spell that targets, that's like AoE, has to target something.
Right.
Permanency targets.
Right.
Why not use the Ori, however this fucking room works, take your scroll of permanency and inlay a few layers of twin.
That won't do anything for the time period.
Or no, sorry.
I could do quicken.
I thought of the entirely wrong meta thing.
I could do the arcane version of quickened, like using this lab, quicken it.
But
Yes.
you would need to quicken it by a factor of 64.
Yeah.
So, twin the quicken. No.
Get off of twin.
Empower the quicken.
So what you just said was stack metamagic effect, which is not something sorcerers can do.
No.
But we're not dealing with a sorcerer.
You're the one who brought it up. But yes, effectively empower quickening.
Okay.
Why don't you make an Arcana check?
Yeah, I
Because
was about to ask
like
that.
you have questions.
I'm going to guidance.
Okay. You have advantage and +4 because of the laboratory.
Yes.
You have advantage anyway because of the amulet.
Yes, I do. So let me click the guidance. It's been clicked. You said +4?
Mhm. Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, Arcana towards the top list. Duh. Starts with an A. Okay, so +4 to that.
So 34.
30? Yeah, 34.
Okay. I'm assuming the question... You have several questions.
Yes.
I'm assuming the main one is, what the fuck do I do?
Yes!
So, literally what you need to do is, like, dam the river, so to say. Permanency already takes... Like, casting a spell for a year and a day is just reapplying the energy as it dissipates. That's all that is, right? Permanency takes that trickle and turns it into a pressure valve on a water lock, right? You then need to cap it further and turn it into a fire hose. Right?
Yes.
In order to do that, you need to contain and direct the energy, and you need a shit ton of energy.
Okay.
You have 5 questions. One of your questions should be, where do I get that much energy?
Yeah, that was my next question. And the most feasible, as much as this sucks, like I'm going to say this and then I'm still going to ask the question.
Okay.
The same thing we're going to be using to empower the wards on Boughs.
That's an option.
But I would like to still ask the question anyway.
So ask your question.
What feasible methods would I have at my disposal, including this room and the limitations of Mordecai's Magnificent Manor, would it be available to get that much energy?
So the weave is everywhere.
Yes.
All you have to do is condense that energy. And the fact is, there are there are 3 primary ways of condensing magical energy, and all 3 of them will piss off your goddess.
Uh-huh.
The first way is you get a bunch of mages together to combine their magical talents in what is called rituals.
Yes.
The second way is you use a focusing crystal that is durable enough and has enough draw to draw that energy in, focus it, and then put it where you want it to go. And there's only one source that is strong enough to do that, and 2 main forms of that crystal, which is a soul stone and a bloodstone.
Okay.
A deer soul ain't gonna cut it.
No.
You are looking at Elminster level magic.
Where would I get...
Where would you get what?
A deer soul isn't gonna cut it. Where would I get one? Like a bloodstone? You said the other one was a bloodstone. What are those?
Bloodstones. Okay, so Valerian, picture in your head a meeting of the vampires in the old castle, and they're all standing around that sunken dais, and it slowly fills with blood and then radiates out to all of them, and they gain power by the full moon.
Yes.
Right? There's like an orb of blood floating above the pool, and it's glowing red, and all the vampires are in ecstasy. You know what I'm talking about? Take all that blood, condense it down, and charge it with mana so that it crystallizes, and you would get a bloodstone about the size of your fingernail.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I have a terrible idea for you.
I'm just saying, blood magic and soul magic are both taboo as shit.
Yeah, they're both taboo as shit.
Go ahead,
I'm listening. What you got?
Play off the concept that entropy builds entropy.
Correct.
Create a room that is just unstable and slowly feed off the energy created by that chaos.
Entropy builds on entropy. You make a room that's unstable, the entire manor becomes unstable, and suddenly you're all outside. You're in a magical construct.
Can't deny though. I was on a good start there though.
Hey, it's a good start if you were like, not in a fake place, it would work, sort of, but not really. But yeah, no, it's a track, certainly.
Only way that would realistically work, I guess, if you could somehow siphon out more energy than it can build, but that's a critical mass.
You would also have to, like, stop it. Oh, which actually is a point. Sockham is on the right track. There is another source of power that you could draw on.
Okay.
An Orb of Annihilation. Sphere of Annihilation, excuse me.
Cool. Okay.
Which, we're right back to how do you contain it?
If I generate that in a Mordecai's Magnificent Manor, it's going to tear the manor apart, and then we're back outside.
Mm-hmm.
No.
But better to generate it here than outside.
Yeah, absolutely, because then once it hits the ground, it's going to bore a hole to the core of the earth.
That is an option, though. Spheres of Annihilation have been used as arcane power sources by mad wizards for a very long time. That's why they exist.
I'm going to say this, I'm not going to do it, but if I don't say it, it's not going to get the fuck out of my head.
Go ahead.
One option is to use my own damn soul.
Yes!
Jeez!
I don't want to do that.
I already gotta go get one today.
But it's an option.
Yes, it is. And
if I didn't voice that, it was never going to leave my head.
And you immediately see what wizards are pushed to. Like, in one GM question, you have realized what drives someone to lichdom.
Yeah, I was about to jump in with, do you want to be a demi-lich?
I was gonna say, if you want to get real technical, right now Connie's one of those, and she's not a big fan. I don't think she'd recommend it.
No, she's not. She's not a demi-lich. She's a. It's weird. She's like a.
I mean, she's got a debt to pay that if she doesn't pay it,
Yeah,
she goes
that's
back
more
to being
infernal
dead.
politics than it is demi-lichdom.
Yeah. There's a difference there.
Anyway,
But
Percival.
moving past that,
You've got 4 more questions.
I've got 4 more questions.
How did Viviette do it? She had time.
Yeah.
Yes, she had time. I don't.
No.
Uh,
So which taboo do you want to break?
I really don't want, like, out of character, I really don't want to use Pierce's soul for this.
I don't think it's your best move.
I don't think it is.
Ethically, I think your best bet is a bunch of people casting at once. The hard part is getting people to cast it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to ritual cast. I think that's the. Then I am probably going to need Strixhaven, or at least the rest of.
Unless the manor can provide the crystal with enough pull.
There is the option of using your soul as a temporary soul crystal.
That sounds more like. That sounds more like being a conduit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's literally Edward Elric putting his hands together. That's what that is.
Which
Would be exhausted as fuck afterwards.
Yeah, no shit.
And
Also
probably feel
risky
like
as
part
fuck.
of, and also probably feel like part of me is missing afterwards.
Mm-hmm. And then
No
you have
wall
a
of a
void
couple
that
of
anything can stick its finger in.
Yeah.
We say as
better
we're trying to
content.
get rid of Grumsh.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right? Ugh.
Round 2, let's go.
that's when you take a micro dip into thaumaturgy cleric. No.
I believe you mean Mystic Theurge.
Yeah.
Go on,
Maybe.
Percival. You still got questions, homie.
Okay. God, my brain is going a million miles a minute right
Yes,
now.
well, make your mouth do it.
Okay, so. Oh.
Yes?
Okay, so one option is have the ritual casting. If I did the ritual casting, how many individuals in the group would I need to condense it to that time frame of a span of a few hours?
This has never been done. This has never been attempted. If you had Vajra, Kelvin, Elminster, and Mordenkainen standing in front of you, they would be like, I don't know if this is possible. And you don't. At a guess of mages of your level, and I don't mean 10th level, I mean the son of the preeminent abjurist on the plane.
Yes.
10? Maybe more?
Okay.
And by the way, that's not counting the abjurist needed to ward the area.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be like
feel like ritual
trying to
casting's out
channel
then.
lightning.
Go ahead, sorry.
This is going to be like trying to channel lightning.
I feel like ritual casting is out.
None of these are
So
good
that-
options, to be fair.
None of them are good options.
Sounds like a taboo's gonna need broken.
That was one of the taboos.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that, and under Mistress New Rules.
Oh, fair.
So what's the next option?
Because
Next
that's the
best
only
option.
way to breach her other rules.
Correct.
So I'm gonna jump past Soulstone again because like I'm narrowing it down out of the 3.
Okay.
4, but that one's like Spear of Annihilation can't do that right now anyway. Bloodstone.
Okay.
I don't think I can. That's not something I can get the mana to generate, is it?
No.
No.
You can get the mana to generate a room full of blood. It will not work for your purposes. Because nothing in here is real.
Yeah.
Life,
Even the
blood.
deer soul is dubious.
Correct.
Be-
Well, no, because Rockham's gonna leave to go get it.
Rockham's gonna leave to go get it. Okay.
Oh, no, that wouldn't work. Okay.
What's up?
The
that Rockham's-
lifeblood of the living is suffused with magic. It is the purpose of the plane. And that's why it is used as a conduit. But, as with soul stones, as with mana crystals, it is addicting, among other things. It is difficult to source. And then there's the whole dealing with the sourcing.
Yeah.
How much
That
blood do you need for
Brings
Bloodstone?
me back to the Soulstone.
You need fewer souls than you need amount of blood, Delta, is the answer.
Fair.
And I'm not gonna kill someone else to do this.
Mm-mm.
And I'm not gonna ask one of the party members to do this.
Why not ask all of them?
Then there's a hole in everyone.
There is...
It'd be a smaller hole, maybe.
Like,
I mean, if it's blood, then that's a lot better than part of the soul.
it's lifeblood, specifically.
Why not just take a step outside and ask Tristan if he'd make a loan?
That's an option. Devils dealing souls.
my options are. That is an option.
If you explain the
You
situation, I'm sure
haven't
he'd at least hear
actually
you out.
asked me about the blood and the souls, homie.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So about the souls,
Yep.
about what. I'm gonna word this weird because I don't know how else to word this. What tier of soul would I need to work with to?
You're flatly not sure. You're not sure what the minimum that could support this type of energy transfer would be. However, in cases like that, there is always an answer that works.
Okay.
The soul of a true dragon.
We had access to one of those once.
The older, the better.
Okay.
Soul of a true dragon can handle just about anything. They are the apex of the apex in the natural world and the magical one.
A little bit out of my reach, though.
Arguably, all of this is out of your reach, homie.
I know.
You're gonna have to make
That's
a
why
choice.
Smurf, I'm sure he has one.
I got it. I got it. We pull a
What?
full metal alchemist, alright? We've got.
What, I lose my arm to make sure Brayden's okay and then fail? Like, I'm not sure what you mean here.
You gotta let him specify.
We've got an entire elven kingdom right there in our backyard. I'm kidding, by the way. Please, don't take me seriously. Let's not do that.
Talk him up. I'm good.
Go
I
on,
did it
Larry.
once.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note by the soulstone thing. Either attempt to use my own or ask Tristan.
Oh, actually, I've got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can an object of divinity be used in place of a soulstone?
No.
Can it be used to supplement a number of souls for the creation of one?
No.
Okay.
Divine Essence can. Because Divine Essence is a piece of a god soul.
I have another question.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
It's the difference between a bow gifted by Saren Ray and a bow made of Saren Ray's feathers.
I don't know who Saren Ray is, but I get your point.
Go ahead.
I have some magical essences.
Yes?
I'm just gonna go through them. I have small amounts, 2 ounces of essence of heaven, 5 ounces of essence of mana, 4 ounces of essence of life, 4 of essence of binding, 2 of essence of the soul, 5 of essence of the thought, 13 of tempest, 2 of deep, 1 of inferno, 10 of law, 11 of death, 9 of chaos, 6 of zephyr.
Yep. Two ounces of soul is a lot of soul. Just saying.
Yeah. Okay. Could I use that?
You'd have to house it somewhere.
I'm in an
Yeah.
Atomic Orrery.
Like, are you asking to put the essence of soul in a crystal?
Could I do that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There's potentially my soulstone problem. Potentially.
You don't know what type of soul it is.
That is true.
Could be 2 ounces of ogre soul, for all you know.
How would you go about
Does
finding
that
out?
matter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a way you could? Like-
Yeah. Is there a way I
I
could
mean, as
figure
we,
out what?
as we
kind it
already
is?
established, there is a expert on souls outside.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
that is one option. Another option is yes, you can, Percival. Just we're back to the concept of taboo. That is necromancy. That is in and of itself soul magic.
Okay. Turning in the other direction, 5 ounces of essence of mana. Like, how much arcane power is within that?
Cool. Don't drop that jar. That's the answer. 5 ounces of essence of mana.
Uh-huh.
That is 5 ounces of distilled weave.
Uh-huh.
That's a lot.
I'm aware that's a lot.
But again, it's in basically a dampening container. To utilize it, you need a housing for it. You have the fuel, but you can't just dump gasoline on the ground and light it. It won't do anything. I mean, it'll burn, but
It won't fuel anything else. It won't make a reaction
it
elsewhere.
won't do what you want it to do.
No.
At most, it'll make some pretty lights.
Yeah,
But like this will definitely not definitely. This could serve as another means.
yep.
I'm so glad I was reminded of that. Thank you, Gamzee, for saying the word essence.
Got you, G.
You have a lot of essence in there.
I do.
Like, it may not seem like a lot, but these are ounces of the ephemeral.
Yeah.
That's potent.
That is very
Ounces of the Ephemeral is definitely an album. But also, what kind of things would go into housing something like this?
Yeah, like
Mana
what kind of
crystals.
things would mana crystals? Okay,
Gemstones have long been... Gemstones and crystals in general have long been the housing for magic. It's why a lot of magic items have gemstones in them. Go ahead.
okay.
Golems have gemstones. Go on.
So, if I were to use them, this 5 ounces of essence mana, that's a lot. Considering 2 ounces of soul, essence of the soul, is much more than 1 soul.
Oh yeah.
Like, much more than 2 souls. Like, 2 ounces of essence of mana is 5 ounces of essence of mana is.
Not only is it more than 2 souls, remember it's a distillate.
Yeah, so I'd rather use the thing that I am more familiar with.
Okay.
The essence, like as a wizard, more familiar with mana, the weave itself than I am
Right.
with soul magic.
Right.
And I have a distillate of the weave.
So we established that all permanency is condensing the spell effect through basically, like, again, casting it for a year and a day is just adding to the ambient area, right?
Yes.
The permanency spell is focusing it through a lens so that it's, more directed, right?
That's like condensing light, so to speak. This is more condensed liquid. You turn it into liquid before you condense.
What I'm saying is, you have the magical energy. Like, this might solve your problem because the soul crystal would be drawing the magical energy from around you.
Yes.
You could use these essences potentially as that source of magical energy. So then all you have to do is push it through the pinhole of the permanency spell.
Yes. Whew. Okay. Fuck you, breaking taboos. This is probably still going to get me smited by Maestra, but don't have to fuck with soul stones now. We still do because of the dear soul.
Keep in mind, permanency on its own doesn't do anything.
Yes, it needs a spell casted alongside it to do so, which I assume would be the myriad of wards.
But yeah, you could effectively channel these essences through a
Conduit.
a laser and like permanency solder or whatever you needed to do, providing you get the mix right and you have a device that can hold that kind of ridiculousness.
Okay. So now I need to figure out what could hold this. I have atomic artery.
Orrery. Yes?
Like, I'm not familiar with what devices should be in atomic artery.
Neither am I.
But could I find something that would feasibly be able to house a portion, at least, of this? 'Cause, like, 5 ounces is a ton.
So you're gonna need more than the 5 ounces of essence of mana. Like, you need to get them, like, part of the process is getting the mix right.
Ooh, okay.
But then you pretty much have to house it in either a crystal or some kind of tank if you're going to do it in a liquid form. But then it would need to be converted to magical energy and then passed through a crystal to generate the spell effect anyway. So you might as well just house it in a crystal.
Okay. You said I'm gonna need more than 5 ounces of it?
You're gonna need a mix. It's not just the essence of mana that's what you need. Because you have to replicate the spell.
What do I need to replicate the spell again?
Why don't you make an Arcana check?
Yes. Yes.
So, the spell requires Diamond Dust and a Bloodstone, but those are both just power source and circuitry.
Yes. +4 from the room again?
Correct.
Oh!
Is that standing?
Do I have inspiration? I do! Do I want to use it for that?
If you really need one, I can give you mine. If you really need it.
Hold on to it.
Okay.
Because, like, it's still an inspiration among the group, regardless.
Yeah. I'm hoping to save mine in case something goes wrong later, so.
Yeah. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
That was a shit roll, even with advantage.
Better.
That's so much better. So much better. +4 from the room?
35.
So, yeah.
So... permanency, again, doesn't do anything itself. The magic is taking conscious thought and translating it into a magical brace, basically, for this other energy. So you're gonna need mana, something to replicate thought, something to replicate order, something to replicate law, and something to replicate make it fertile so that it can keep replicating.
Huh.
The law and order ones were the same things.
They are not.
I was not aware that they were different.
They are.
You said thought, law, order. There was one other that you mentioned.
Fertility, basically?
I have some essence of life. Oh, that's another thing. I have 4 ounces of essence of life. That's
Yep.
A little disconcerting.
a little disconcerting. Okay. I don't think essence of heaven would substitute that. I don't think it would.
Archons and devils are both creatures of law.
I have law. I don't have order.
Aye.
So, what is a creature of order?
Devils?
No.
No.
What? Just
There is a creature of order that is not a creature of law. Though the term creature is kind of slightly a misnomer.
what? A robot?
What do you mean by that?
Sounds like Salcom has an idea.
I mean, Modrons are a thing, but I thought they're law as much as they are order.
Nope, they're order.
They are pure order. Doesn't Lawrence have one of those at like on-demand phone call?
Nope, it stays in his house.
Ah. I don't know. Find a way to get yourself a Modron, Pierce. Can't even really call that they won't, not even they'll consider that a war crime. There's so many of them, they go on a march and just lose billions. They don't care.
They will if you disrupt their order.
Yeah, maybe.
Push to
I
taco,
personally-
friend.
My
Thinking,
ass. My
sorry.
ass almost said, not if you do it orderly.
What you got, Crucible?
Okay, so I need something to replicate thought, order, law.
Magic. And then, yeah, like fertility.
Magic and life. Order is the only one that I don't have means to. How would I?
How would you what? Don't just sit there.
How would I even procure? Okay, I need to stop worrying about procuring a distilled essence of order. How do I apply, if I don't have a substitute, how do I apply order to the system?
Correct.
That would be precise
Using magic,
measurements.
using magic to replicate magic. What is a spell that would have a lot of essence of order in it that Pierce has access to? I can think of one right now.
Mending, putting things back as they were.
Not what I was thinking, but yes.
Yes, that's one of them. There is. I don't think Mold Earth. Counterspell? Like, cancels out the chaos of the weave. That's something that comes to mind.
Like also keep in mind, like, just because it has the order tag on it, it might not be good to throw into the mix. Like Counterspell, for example. If you cast Counterspell on this mix, you have a problem.
Yeah. But there's not really like tags like order, law, stuff like that on current edition spells. That's not something I have
There
access
isn't in
to.
previous editions either. This is use your brain.
Then order.
Mending is good. Is there a better one? Would you like to give me an inspiration?
I would like to roll for it if I can't figure it out immediately instead of giving off the inspiration for a reroll later.
All right, but
If I can do that.
you're not going to get the laboratory bonus. This is something Pierce has to come up with.
Okay, I'll roll for it.
Give me an Arcana check. With a
I
natural
love that +9.
with a natural 20,
Yeah.
Unseen Servant would be very good.
Yeah, I got one of them.
Unseen
I've got
Servant.
it.
Unseen Servant is thought and order.
Thought and order. Okay. Okay.
But it's
I'm gonna
not law. It's not governed by a set of rules. It's governed by a will.
Okay.
See how it's not the same
Alright.
thing?
Yes, I do. Yes. Okay.
You
Okay.
wouldn't have to. Basically, now Pierce has to figure out how to take a spell and turn it into a distillate.
Quick interruption following that line of thinking. Could Connie pitch in like Thorn Whip or Plant Growth or something for the fertility?
Those it would be plant growth.
Hmm.
Plant growth would be very good, but again, you still have to find a way to turn a spell into a distillate.
So how do I turn a spell into a distillate?
You need an arcane workshop.
Nay! This just happens the next room over is one of those, right? Yeah.
I mean, you're in one currently.
Oh, you said arcane workshop, not thaumaturgy, so I got confused.
It's easier to say arcane workshop.
It is. Okay, so I wish to test of concept first. I'm going to take a lower level spell that I know, and I would like to figure out how to do such a thing.
There are materials in this room that would walk you through the process. Looking at it, let's take mending for example.
Yes.
You would need to cast mending something like 300 times to make enough magical energy to then distill out to a few grams of essence.
Okay. I imagine that also pertains to it being a cantrip as well.
To a
Very
point,
little-
but like, even if you cast permanency into it, you would still have to cast it several times to get any tangible result.
Okay.
However, this is what catalysts are for.
That's right. In a chemical reaction, a catalyst accelerates and improves the yield of a chemical
Correct.
reaction.
Arcane catalysts are potent. They can replicate spell slots, they can replicate sorcery points, they can replicate concentration.
That is impressive.
However, a rank 1 catalyst has a toxicity of 84.
Ooh.
And the
Ooh.
addicting tag.
Addicting. So deleterious effects if you don't procure another one.
Yeah. But also just the sentence, why concentrate on Call Lightning when I can cast it for free exists.
Yeah. That is very, very true. Okay. So what, like, is an arcane catalyst its own item itself, or
Yes.
is it like, okay? I didn't know if there were things that can serve as an arcane catalyst that exist elsewhere. Out of curiosity, how do you make an arcane catalyst?
So there's two types. There's ophthalmic catalyst, which is basically a white powder that you put in an enchantment mix or an alchemical mix or whatever. And then there is an arcane catalyst that you use in spellcraft, which some people call it a totem. It's very similar to an arcane focus, except it's like, it is, okay, you know Bag of Holding and Bag of Devouring?
Very similar, but quite different.
This is the Bag of Devouring to the arcane focus's Bag of Holding.
So a totem. That is.
Some people call it a fetish. Some people call it a totem. Some people call it.
I've heard the word fetish before used in that context. And their use is addicting.
And it's not toxicity for your con, it's toxicity for your int.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, there's different toxicities?
Yep.
I imagine it's a different bar.
Alright, let me open the cellar.
Yeah, wait, that's a note we have to make.
Yeah, I'm definitely making a note of that one.
It's more like
there's three.
psychic poison.
There's three. There's psychic poison, soul poison, and physical poison.
Psychic, soul, physical? Is that the
Yep,
three?
correct.
Yeah.
Soul is wisdom.
Soul and physical poisons.
And physical is con, I imagine?
Correct. Con or strength or dex, depending.
Yeah, if it paralyzes you, it's hitting your
Yeah.
deck pretty hard. Okay, put that there for right now. Okay,
I'm so sorry. It was soul, physical, and the third one?
psychic.
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 Out of curiosity, following up on that, what occurs? It's got the addicting tag, but
Mhm.
it's psychic poison. What happens when you don't meet that new need that you have?
You know how people off their meds don't make sound decisions?
Yes.
You know the term chasing the dragon?
Yeah.
And how it leads people to make questionable decisions up to and including violence?
Yeah.
You know that Dave Chappelle, y'all got any more of that arcane catalyst meme?
That's a new version of that one. Where'd you find that one?
youtube.com/themasquerade.
Well.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
Now the question is...
And every subsequent hit adds toxicity.
The question is, does Pierce have the self-knowledge to realize that that's a bad idea for him?
Yes.
It's very much a bad idea. It's very much a bad idea. Is there any other way, GM? Like, is there any other...
Get a bunch of people to cast it? You asked.
Yeah. I did.
It's literally the psychic, for want of a better word, equivalent of prayer, right? Like, it's the more people do it, the more potent it is, right?
Yeah.
Or the more time you put into it, the more potent it is. Speaking about faith, right? It's the same type of thing.
Yeah. The issue is there's not a way for this manor, even if I wanted to go to the catalyst route, this manor can't provide it for me, can it?
Catalyst? Yeah. Both types are in the reagent cabinet, homie.
Oh boy, okay.
It's just right there. There's not even a lock on it.
God damn it.
Does the addiction debuff count as poison?
Sort of.
I don't
well,
think protection from poison
No,
and disease is
hold
gonna stop it.
on. Salk has a point, because cure poison will remove drunkenness.
Yeah.
If you're playing Fallout and you take a hit of Jet, and then you use a med kit that removes debuffs, it will remove the effects of Jet. Salk has a point, actually.
So
It's still dangerous.
Well, what a surprise! I'd be the one to think of that.
So
That's a joke more about me than anything. I apologize.
I'm not sure I get it, but I feel like it's not a topic for the show, so...
No, it is not.
Okay.
That's why I'm not going into it.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Percival.
So I could use the catalyst, then get hit with protection from poison and disease, which removes poison.
It removes a set amount of toxicity.
A set amount of toxicity. Would it remove the addiction tag, or would it be until that toxicity is removed entirely?
There is an argument to be made that nothing fully removes addiction. If somebody...
Yes, I could see that argument.
If somebody is addicted to alcohol, let's use alcohol as an example, because it's safe for a certain variety of safe to discuss.
Yes.
If someone is addicted to alcohol to the point where they cannot function without alcohol, but with alcohol they can't function either, and they go to rehab and they get clean, they go through the whole process. There are countless stories of, I had one drink in celebration, and a week later my wife divorced me, I lost my house, I got fired, right?
Oh, yeah.
That happens. So, I'm not entirely sure how to classify addiction. So what I will say is, I will make a note backstage, and I will make a clock that you will not see. I will not tell you how many points it has, and I will not tell you what fills the clock. But if that clock fills, there will be an addiction relapse.
Okay.
That's the best way that I can simulate constant vigilance.
Okay. Unfortunately, the Pierce may know very well that this is not a smart thing to do. But there are very little other options.
Sometimes you gotta take a risk.
Before attempting any of this, I would like to cast Sending and talk with Tristan.
You could just walk outside.
I could, but I very much risk getting stabbed again.
The odds of you getting stabbed with Tristan right there are low, and you know it.
Okay.
It's up to you.
I think I'm gonna go outside then.
Okay.
Like, the thing is, they know exactly where I am still. I still have the mark.
So stick your head out and be like, Tristan!
Okay, go over, stick a head out.
So, okay, so hold on. So you're preparing the thaumagory. Bruce is helping you lay out all the tools and stuff you need. He leaves to go cook. You start looking into the catalyst stuff. You are by yourself.
Yes.
And then you go outside. An indeterminate amount of time later, make a stealth check. With
Okay.
disadvantage because Rayburn is lurking.
Okay.
I have a feeling that Rayburn
God.
represents a certain distaste for Pierce that Tristan carries.
Did you guide yourself?
No, don't count the guidance.
Okay. Does anyone have a passive perception higher than 19?
That
Let
might
me
be
check.
higher than mine. Holy shit.
Because, by the way,
Roll with
Rayburn
disadvantage.
does. By the way.
Yeah,
So-
mine's 18. So
No.
okay, so Rayburn knows where all the occupants of the manor are at all times.
apparently
course.
Bruce does.
Roll a d2.
Okay.
Oh no, roll a d3. 1 represents Rayburn catches you. 2 represents Bruce catches you. 3 represents Rayburn knows you're leaving and tells someone else.
Oh God.
Okay, so Bruce, you're
Okay.
sitting there cooking away. Maybe you cracked the door just out of habit, because otherwise you'd be sealed in. And you see Percival making a damn good attempt to sneak out of the manor.
Him doing a sneak.
What do you do?
He might be up making toast still.
You might be up making toast still.
I'm glad I had you on my phone. Yeah, if he's trying to sneak out, stop, stick my head out. Pierce, where are you going?
I guess I need to go talk with Tristan.
You still have that mark on you. You really want to get shanked again?
I'd rather. Oh God, I keep forgetting the word we've agreed upon for like. I'd rather have the mana for sending for later.
That'll work.
Kind of gives Brayden a knowing look.
Actually, that's a good point. Stay right there. Goes back in the kitchen. Rustles
mean
through his stuff.
Okay.
Rustles through his things and pulls out one of the potions of debilitation.
Yep.
A cure debilitation.
Mm-hmm.
Comes back to the door. Sticks hand out of it. Here. One of the cure debilitations. Maybe that'll work.
Look at it. I don't think this is going to get rid of a curse, is it?
You may as well try. I mean, you can look at it and figure out what the fuck it does.
You got the whole crate of those, didn't you?
It's summer and the handy haversack. We don't have a handy haversack. What the fuck do we
I
have?
do.
You do. Some of them are in there. I've got. I think.
I will make a note.
How many do I have
4?
personally?
I want to see a 4.
I know I have them on my sheet. I've seen them before. They're here somewhere.
You have at least one. I know that.
I have 6.
Okay.
14 on my person. Actually,
That's where the other one.
they're in my bag of holding.
That's what it was. I got.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, you're a wizard. Fucking research the thing and see if it will.
Yeah.
And then give it maybe 10 minutes before you go out there.
I mean, God, I remember us going over these.
Yep.
Nothing about them helped with curses.
I'm not sure about that. I have a very simple description in my notes.
Yours, everything.
Not quite everything, but it does say removes 1 debuff.
I mean,
That's my notes.
You only have 1 debuff currently.
and
That
I
we know of.
mean, the worst that happens is I get poisoned from a bad potion. I'm gonna down it.
You're gonna down it.
Yes.
Alright, 38 toxicity.
38 toxicity. I will make a note.
How much does that go down by the?
5.
I'm gonna make a tab for my toxicity and my traits.
That's fine.
Put it
Dude,
under
that's
other.
a good idea.
So the 3 types are physical.
Or,
Physical.
I'm sorry, did I say 5 a day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, it's 5 per in-game hour.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
And what is it?
Okay.
You toxicity is 100.
38 physical.
Sorry, say again, Del?
I've got noted down that toxicity is it like starts at 100 and goes up 20 per Constitution modifier.
Correct.
There you go.
You said how much toxicity for drinking it?
38.
30. Yeah.
38. Okay.
Your side tingles.
Lifts. I guess like my robe opens from the front. Lift up the my shirt. Take a look at where the mark was.
The big inky black brand has now just turned to a light pink.
You might need to. Takes another one.
Yeah. Right.
No, like his skin was burned, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
It
Okay.
was
I
burned.
it was seared
to me,
off
yeah.
almost.
Okay, I misinterpreted that. My
I
bad.
did too, to be fair.
I'm gonna put it back in Brayden's hand. I have some in my bag. Go give this to Lawrence.
Wait,
good point. What is-
I thought you drank it.
No, he gave me another one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because Lawrence also got stabbed.
Where is Lawrence? You said he went out to clear
Yeah,
his
he's
head.
like outside working.
Okay.
And with Brayden dealt with, I'm gonna go talk to Tristan.
Okay.
Grabs him by the shoulders, pulls him back. I said, wait 10 minutes.
That's fair.
1 Mississippi, 1 Water Davian, 2 Water Davian.
I guess I'm waiting for Brayden to get back.
99 bottles of ale
Because I
on the
feel like
wall,
he's gonna
99
stab me
bottles of
harder than
ale.
the Draconians will if I leave before he knows I'm gone.
So, my question is, what are we ending on? Are we ending on Pierce and Tristan, or are we ending on Salcom and Communion?
I kind of want to do. I'm game for either of them, but I kind of want to do the Salcom and Kilio thing.
I didn't.
I think
That
that would
was
be
that was not one of the options.
Like Salcom and Communion? What do you mean Communion?
He wants to have communion. I don't fucking know.
I mean, I'm curious.
I'm curious what he's
I'll
got
get the
going
wine.
on.
This was talked about before you showed up. Fun fact.
I'm curious.
So I have 2 questions if that's what we want to do. Question 1, Percival, you're going to be here next week.
I do not know, but I can try my best to make sure I am.
Cool. Second thing, when are you free this coming week? And please let it correspond to a day that Gamzee is free.
We're gonna want to look into that later because my access to my schedule is currently offline.
Fair enough. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is, do we want to do the Salcom and Kilio thing as a VOM thing, or as an extra?
I think extra is gonna be safer because I think
Yeah.
I can't confirm.
I'm not
but
here this. I'm not going to be here this Thursday.
I think I'm in the same boat, but I can't fully remember.
All right, we'll work out the win later, but we'll have to do that as an extra. It'll be like an hour extra, nothing major. Just make sure we have all that we need.
Yeah.
So, Salcom and Communion or Percival and Tristan?
I'm for talking to the firefuck.
Yeah, I kind
That
of want
doesn't
to
narrow it down.
You're
No,
right, it
no.
doesn't.
I'm.
My vote's communion. Communion. Good, I can't talk to that.
I'll go with Tristan.
Connie?
Tiebreaker.
I am curious what Sock's gonna do.
I mean, it's not tiebreaker because Gamzy didn't vote yet.
You didn't? Oh.
But now it's 3-1 Salcom.
Occam's vote counts as 2, I guess, because it's his thing.
Gamzy?
I am kind of partial towards the communion.
Okay.
Go for it.
So Brayden disappears to go find Lawrence. Pierce, now's my chance, starts to leave, runs right smack into Rayburn, going somewhere, sir. And we cut over to Salcom.
Oh my god, no, I'm gonna deal with that.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good, I'm just grabbing some music. So, you wanted a communion room. So, basically, you find a room that hasn't been opened previously.
Mm-hmm.
And it opens into a natural cave. So it's like a door is where the cave mouth would be. It's a small cave. It's like large enough for like a Japanese style shrine to be, and not very big. And the back wall is like, it's weird because there's what the room generated, and then there's obviously stuff that's been placed, so bear with me. The back wall is kind of raised a bit, like the floor is raised a bit. There's like a natural shelf. On that shelf there is a ovoid stone with a big glowing rune sign on it, big blue rune sign. Around that are a set of candles in brass holders that are lit, an incense bowl, and some flower petals, and 2 pictures. Portraits, excuse me. One is Connie, but in that wrong, Tristan doesn't have the right memory of toddler Connie kind of way. The other is Connie's mom, Sophia. On the floor of this room, there are several dirt rings and a straw mat to sit and commune. Somebody has moved the straw mat aside, put a circle of candles in the middle dirt ring, and then drawn infernal runes in the innermost circle. And there's like a skull sitting in the middle of the runes.
Uh-huh.
There is off to the side there's a wooden table with a roll of scarlet silk unrolled on it. On the table there is a pair of pliers, a curved knife, and 2 vials with the corks on them. They're both made of green glass, and only one of them seems to have liquid in it. Also on this table, there is a large tome bound in leather that you don't want to think too much about, and it's open to a specific page, and it's also got infernal runes on it.
Huh. Hey yo, what the fuck? This is not what I was expecting.
There's a couple of tripwires, for want of a better word, scattered throughout the manor. You hit one of them.
I didn't expect that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one thing. There's a porcelain bowl with the other implements on the crimson silk. Sorry.
Sounds like more stuff I don't want to think too hard about.
Up to you.
there's something in the bowl?
Currently no. Yes, ashes.
Mm-hmm. You're a strange man, Tristan Sergeus.
Would you like to make a check to puzzle out what you're looking at?
Yes, though I have a feeling I know.
Make a religion
Well,
check.
I think I can do those.
Disadvantage if you can't read Infernal.
I have disadvantage.
Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered.
No, not with that roll. If that roll is standing.
I don't have inspiration or anything.
Anybody else got inspiration?
Not here.
I'd prefer to save mine for the operation, just
Bruce,
in case.
if you don't have it, you can mark it for the scenes that you've done tonight. But if you want to give it to Salk, you can. It's up to you.
I'm gonna save mine in case something happens during the operation. So.
There's a strange... There's a strange smell in this room, but it's not a smell like flowers or, you know, the musk of an animal. It's like... I say it's a smell because English doesn't really have a word for it. There's this sense of sadness isn't really accurate. There's this sense of like darkness in this room, Salk. That it's not really clear what it's not like magical dark. It's not like evil. It's not like sinister. But there's this negativity in this room that's not really placeable.
Right, okay, sorry, I'm back. Who was it that had the extra?
You.
Me? Yeah. You can have it.
All right.
Sorry.
If you want to reroll that religion, you can.
Because I've already got an inspiration.
Sure.
That's a much better roll.
It is.
Also, how do you not have Infernal? I thought we established that in LAA, that we all had Infernal to be able to talk with Connie.
Same, actually.
Yeah.
But can he read
Did
it?
we?
Yeah.
Did we? Because I thought we had only established
Like your
KnightLites
Thief's
Steve
Camp thing.
Camp.
Yeah,
I mean, you have comprehend languages.
that too. Yeah.
That's true. I didn't think of that.
Ignore that. Sorry.
But I still I rolled well enough.
Okay. You can make out the page the book is open to has a name at the top. That name is Levithius.
That's a fucking name.
Interesting.
The ashes in the bowl are infernal ashes. That they must have come from a devil in some description. And this is a room meant for communion.
I'm gonna leave this room how it is, more or less. I'm not gonna mess with the stuff that's been added, so to say.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab that mat
Mm-hmm.
and kind of shuffle over to a corner, away from the stuff.
There's not a lot of room in here. You basically have the door and then the communing circle. You're a Goliath. There's not really a corner for you to tuck into.
Fair. See, because I don't want to fuck with this stuff, but also I don't want to just plop down in the center and accidentally start talking to somebody I didn't call.
Right.
End up contacting Asmodeus by accident.
Ah, shit, pizza's here. Wait, who are you?
I mean, it's like, if you're saying that, it sounds like you want to read the book.
Yeah, I might as well. I'll mark down a spell slot, comprehend languages.
So, the book is open to... It's not quite a contract, and it's not quite a summoning. It's like the infernal contract version of a phone number. It's established. It's Tristan. It's established between Tristan and this Levithias, and basically Tristan has to sacrifice something that he can't get back easily. So the pliers are for fingernails, the knife is for blood, etc. He has to sacrifice something of his that causes him pain, and he can't get back easily, to contact this Levithias, whoever that is.
Okay. So there's not a very good chance, if any at all, that I'll accidentally make a unplanned collect call here.
That depends on if the runes are active. Tristan is the type for contingencies. If he basically has it ready to go, and all he has to do is push the go button, which is, step into the center of the circle, maybe it will. There's no rule that says he has to weaken himself when he calls. It just says he has to weaken himself. So he could call, weaken himself, go recover, and then come back and call again.
Is there a way to tell if these are...
I mean, there's ashes in the bowl. But no, there's not really a way to tell.
I wonder if I could just go make a new instance of the room.
I mean, you could. You might make a copy of this.
That's true.
It's up to you, Big Hoss.
I do not know what to do. Oh god. Oh, fuck.
Do it, nerd!
I've never seen you pause before a threshold like this.
Devils and such get me skitsy, because they're a different breed of beast.
Sure, but this isn't a summoning. This isn't a, I call you to do my bidding. This is like a phone call. Like, the worst that this Levithias could do is hang up on you, basically.
And then his little setup is fucked until he comes back and puts it back together.
Yeah, but he lets you into the manor.
Yeah, and I can just, okay, you make a fair point. I am gonna fuck with the setup a little bit though.
Okay.
we're gonna take the skull out of the circle.
To get to the skull, you have to step into the circle.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when you step into the circle...
Mage hand.
I don't have that.
When you step into the circle, the runes light up and the candles blow out. So you're in total darkness for a second. And then the candles relight, and floating in front of you is this imp. He's not even particularly scary looking. He's just, do I have an imp token? I should.
It's just a little guy.
Yeah, he's just a little dude. Let me see.
Just a little man.
Hold on. Yeah.
Does it look like the impish emoji on Discord?
This is actually perfect.
It's just a little dude who's gonna call me.
It's just a little dude. He's got red skin. He's got a scorpion tail. He's like a foot tall.
He's gonna call me an idiot in a Manhattan accent.
I was going with New Jersey, actually, but, you know.
I was expecting Boston.
I can't do Boston, otherwise I would. But yeah, this little dude's just, like, floating, like, he's floating at your chest level, and then his head just goes all the way back as he looks all the way up at you, and then he flies upwards, and he's just like, he doesn't say anything. He just raises one of his eyebrows like, "You're not who I expected."
This isn't my communion room. I was gonna change some stuff up so I could do my own thing. I didn't mean to call you.
Did you pay the toll?
Technically, it was prepaid. I think he was intending, I think he was intending to use this later.
Who are you talking about?
Sir
Who are
Gibbs?
you?
Hey, who am I? Not super important in this moment. I'm a friend of Tristan. That's why I'm in his circle.
What do you want to know?
What?
You called me here. What do you want to know? I
didn't
ain't
mean
found
to
him
call
yet.
you. I didn't mean to call you. That's my point.
Right.
This whole thing was already set up. I just stepped into the circle to take the skull out, and you showed up.
Can you take a message?
Sure.
I'm still looking.
I think he grabs his little black book, goes to a back page, and writes that. And this is a message coming from
Levi.
Gotcha.
The human is safe. I'm still looking for the baby.
Oh.
Where the baby? Oh, wow. He hasn't been in here in a while then.
What are you talking about?
You mean his kid, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, she's my sister. Sort of.
No, Sokka, no! What have you done?
What did you do?
What? What do you mean? Wait a minute.
What have you done? Sokka? This is the devil. Being paid to search for Connie for Tristan. He's probably going to kill you to get to Connie.
Tristan found it first. Contract complete.
Not sure that's how that works.
At the same time, you don't know what he was told to do once he found me.
If the job's already done, he's got nothing left to pursue but payment.
So,
unless he was paid up front.
Do you or do you not say I'm her brother?
Do it, you coward.
This is one of the few times I have to say, shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna hold off.
Okay, what do you say instead?
Do you mind if I ask you exactly what he asked you to do?
Then there's whole customer confidentiality, terms of the contract, professionalism. The whole time that he's listening to off, he's just holding his hand out to you expectantly.
Oh my god.
You take water Davian print?
Do I look like I take what a Davian print?
The answer is yes.
He like just pats his pockets and that. Jesus Christ. Pat's pockets. Oh wait, cheese. What's a Parmesan?
Make a persuasion check.
And this is where you get a nat 20.
And suck it with persuasion. Of course, he's gonna get a nat 20. Is that standing?
That
It's not a nat 20, in case anybody's wondering.
That is an impressively low roll for me.
Yes, it is. Is that standing?
I verdict myself.
Not after the roll.
That this time I'm saying it as a joke, I promise. But yeah, I don't have inspiration or anything. So.
Oh God, you're lucky he's a fucking imp. He goes, no, Is that Parmesan?
Yeah. I ain't been into it, just taking pieces off then ate.
Right, so I'm not technically here. Just put it in the circle.
Hey, he just bends down, puts it in the circle.
Yeah, there's this all-consuming rush of flame, and then it's gone.
Enjoy. So about what he asked.
Yeah, so you look dumb and harmless. Tristan Seargaze.
Yeah.
He probably told you he's a tiefling. He's not, by the way. We went to college together. Long story. He killed a lot of people.
This part I know.
And, broke some rules. A lot of rules.
Kinda seems like his shtick.
But he managed to call me out of Avernus. Without any, like, seals or whatever. So, I owed him a favor. And then he says, I'll pay you whatever you want, Levi. Oh boy. I don't know what he wants me to do, but here I am expecting, I'm expecting a demotion at best, is what I'm trying to say. Tristan's
right.
always been, ambitious.
Eccentric.
So I don't know if he's gonna send me against a warlord or whatever. And get this. He says, there's this human woman and this little girl, and they're both dead. Apparently this bothers him. Never bothered him before. I don't know. And I'm supposed to find their souls and take them to... And he wouldn't struggle here, but I'm struggling because I can never remember the Circle of Hell that's the Pleasure Palace. It's ruled by two princes at the same time.
Oh yeah.
It's not Stygia.
No, we've gone through this before though.
I know, I just can never fucking remember.
Their names are difficult, and there's 9 of them, so...
Yeah.
It's... I think, like... I pulled up the page. I'm looking at them right now.
It's the one with 2 princes.
2 princes.
Or maybe Princes is the Abyss. It's the one with 2 rulers.
It'd be dukes.
Dukes.
I think it's Felithiagos or
Thelegelos?
It's either that. I think it's either that or Dis.
I don't think it's Dis. It's the one. It's the one that has like Reno in the middle of it.
Minaros?
I guess. It's the one that has like the hotels and casinos and vacation shit in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Chief. The place I get my information from. It ain't talking about none of that.
Hold on. 5E Layers of Hell. I'll find this hopefully real quick. Give me a second.
In the meantime, Connie has no idea what's going on here.
Hold on. Which layer of hell has 2 dukes fighting? Here we go. Lords of the Hells.
Oh, yeah, it is. That's the features.
The fourth layer, the fourth layer, Fierna and Belial.
Yeah. Okay, so I was right. It is.
They reside in the city of Abramok.
Yep.
What? Yeah, Flegelos. Flegathos. But yeah, but what I wanted was Abramok. So, getting back to it, Levy says he wanted me to take him to Abramok and said he'd come around to collect them at some point. I found the woman weirdly easily, and I've been looking for the girl ever since.
What did you ask him for payment?
I ain't collected yet.
Well, what are you thinking about asking if you can find
I've been
her?
living on his tab for, by your reckoning, about a decade.
So you're gonna have him pay up.
Okay.
I ain't gonna have him do anything. Duke Belial is.
What does that mean?
The woman is living on Tristan's tab in Belial's palace. I am also living on Tristan's tab in Belial's palace.
And what is paying the tab? I assume based on where you're from, like souls or something, right?
More or less. Depends on his mood. The only one who deals in souls directly is the big guy, sort of. Like, we all do, but not directly, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
So...
Kind of
might
like
be-
working with banknotes.
Yeah! Might be souls to replace the coffers, might be labor, might be blood. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, don't tell him shit.
So,
Well-
you're her brother then? No, you didn't say that, never mind.
No.
So, while I'm here, contracts and all that, you seen a little red-skinned girl with horns? About, he like holds a hand up, yay tall?
Oh. I've seen a couple, but none of them were babies.
Striking resemblance to Tristan Seagaze.
Striking resemblance? I can't say I have.
Right, you tell him I'm still looking, alright?
Absolutely.
Anything else?
Nope. Just sorry for eating your time.
Believe me, you're not getting a bill. And he poofs in a cloud of sulfur.
That was the one guy we don't want to piss off.
Yeah. That was quite a scene. Well done.
Okay.
I like this guy.
Nice way of getting around the lies there.
The big yell, exhale. I get it.
See, Sockham isn't a very good liar, so we've developed a tactic of telling the truth based on absolute technicalities.
That's fair. I should use that in real life.
Which is a good way not to roll a deception check.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I bet my
Honest on a technicality.
Oh, that reminds me. There's now a red and black coin setting on top of the skull.
Fuck. What is that? I don't want to touch it. Yeah,
Touch it, you coward.
We're gonna deal with that later.
Okay.
Pulls out a pair of
Gonna-
tongs.
lift the skull and all out of the circle,
Okay.
trying to
it's
mess
heavy.
with the coin as little as. What the fuck? No. What do you mean it's heavy?
Like
this,
sock heavy, or?
this is like a usual looking human skull, right?
Well, it's like human, but humanoid.
humanoid.
Yeah.
But it's heavy.
Yeah, you pick it up with like 3 fingers, and you go to pull it out of the circle, and it's like it's made of, like, I won't say it's like it's made of lead because you're Sock'em worrying about the giant strength. It's to you as if it's made of lead. Like, Connie probably couldn't move it at all.
What the fuck?
Where do you put it?
I'm just gonna put it on the table.
Okay.
Just gonna set it there, leaving the coin right on top of it as I move the skull.
Yep.
Stay.
Roll an intimidation check.
Yeah, right.
No more imps, please. And he's like turning around to like go grab the mat, and he stops, looks at the skull, and if you start talking, I'm calling Tristan.
Would you say you're focusing on the skull?
No.
Okay. So what do you do?
He's looking at it, but no, he's not focusing. No, I'm going to. Okay. Is the only table in the room where that stuff is at?
Yes.
Where I just put. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm gonna grab the mat and just kind of lay it out properly.
Mhm.
Because I imagine it just kind of got tossed
Yep.
against
Correct.
the wall.
Yeah,
or
you just
something.
lay it out in the circles.
I lay it out. Lift the totem off my belt.
Mm-hmm.
We're going for the full hand grip, tip to my forehead, and try to find a line of communication.
You're gonna like kneel at the runestone.
Holding the
Yeah.
the totem out. Yeah.
Okay. Make a religion check with advantage and add 4. I've been waiting for this.
Oh no. Oh no, run!
Oh, come on. What?
$18 is enough, homie.
Oh yeah. I had advantage. Okay. I'm not bad at math. I'm not bad at math. Don't worry about it. I'm not bad at math.
So, you kneel, and the flickering of the candles around you kind of turns into heat lines in the room, and we get the wide sweeping upward camera shot, and we see the stars overhead, and then we sweep back down, and you're kneeling in the snow. And it's cold. You notice the change in temperature and air pressure. You're kneeling in the snow, and you look around, and you're on like a mountain pass. There's a stream, a small stream, to your right, like coming down over some rocks, and there's a little waterfall in front of you. You're in like a pine like valley pass type thing, and in front of you there is on the waterfall. Like, it's not a big waterfall, like Niagara Falls. It's like, maybe 3 stories. But set back from that, you can see it from the angle that you're kneeling at. There is a like Goliath style house made of entire tree trunks, but then fitted together like a log cabin.
All right, off to a weird start. He's like looking around.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing new to that, I guess.
Your footsteps crunch in the snow as you walk. You climb up the side of the hill where the waterfall is, and you see sitting in front of the house is this old Goliath. Like, he is old. Like, he is like older than Granda. He's wearing like cloth sleeves, basically. So like from his wrist to halfway between his elbow and shoulder, there's like skin tight cloth on his arms. He's wearing like fur breeches with extra padding around the thighs and heavy boots. And that's all he's wearing. He's not wearing a shirt, he's not wearing a head cover, he's not wearing a cloak. And he's working at, like, I don't know what it's called. A chopping stump? Basically, a stump next to a woodpile with an axe, right? He's making firewood. And he sees you when you walk up, and quick as a flash, he slams the axe into the stump, whips around, grabs something behind him, whips back around, and takes like a Rock Lee stance. And he's wearing 8 rings with barbs on them.
Oh shit.
Where did it go? Ah, here it is. Okay. Oh dear.
He, like, stares at you for a minute and shakes his head. He says, "I'm Leaf."
Leaf.
He nods.
I apologize. The stance you took, those rings, made me think of Odir of Iron Claws.
He nods.
Are you two related?
In many ways.
I suppose I'll jump straight to my explanation on why I'm here then, yeah?
Unlike when you use the scrying room, by the way, Salk, you're cold. You're sinking in the snow. You're here. Wherever here is.
Right. He's like rubbing his hands together, looking around. I'm a star speaker. I speak to the spirits, I speak to the dead, I continue their stories, make sure they're not forgotten.
Looks like he looks you up and down.
And for a couple weeks now, I've been hearing, when I tap into these powers, I hear a bird's cry. It's
Raven.
not like... No,
Eagle.
no.
Narrows his eyes at you very slowly.
Sometimes it's a bird, sometimes it sounds like someone who's lost their path. They were walking one, and then it was taken out from under them. Maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. I don't hear it very well.
Like, he hasn't taken the rings off yet, but he like lowers his stance and turns one of his palms towards you and like gestures like, "Come here," and he starts walking towards the house.
Yeah, follow.
Yeah, he sets you down outside, disappears inside, comes out a few moments later with 2 tankards. He holds one out to you. He sits down opposite you. There's a little fire going out here with a little iron pot on it.
Yeah.
I am Leaf. My
so-
sire was Uhl.
Ooh?
Uhl. U-H-L. Uhl.
Ooh. Okay. Well,
His grandsire's grandsire was Uter of Ironclaws.
I see.
You speak of his sin.
His sin?
He nods.
I assume there's like another spot, or maybe like a stump or something I can sit on over here.
He gave you a chair.
Okay. It's like sit down, and take that like leaning forward sort of position. Like, what do you mean? His sin.
You know the story, Star Speaker.
Of his tournament?
That's not a word I know.
Sorry, moot?
Challenge.
Yeah.
The moot was the idea of the elders.
He put out a challenge that anyone that could beat him in a fight, he'd
Not beat
become...
him. Just bring him down.
Right. Sorry, I just learned the story today, so I haven't gone over it enough in
He
my
seems
head yet.
surprised by that. He's like, "You're a Star Speaker. You're more than 10 winters, more than 20? You only heard of Ironclaws today?"
I've had to learn a lot very quickly and on the fly.
What, did you get reincarnated from a gnome?
No. How should I say? And please, do not go for hostilities when I say this. I'm Grawl raised Nash. I wasn't raised with the clans.
Like, holds a hand up to you, like, dismissively, like, "You are what you are. But I have to ask, does Nash know of me?"
That, I'm not sure.
"How are you here?"
Through communion.
"I don't understand." I know of communion, but what?
How should I say? You know what a farseer is, correct?
An orc speaker.
Aye. I met one. It was the father of one of my brothers.
So you used to be an orc.
No. I spent most of my life in a... Almost all of my life was spent in a small human village in the south of the mountains. South. Like, we have winters down here, and that's the time when we have snow, not year-round, you know?
No. But I have no reason to doubt you.
in that town, I was raised with others who I've come to call my siblings. One of them was an orc. We recently came across his father. Met him in a small patch of woods, making carvings, trying to keep his focus.
Unbroken.
Aye.
My question, Star Speaker, is not how you came here. Why me? What could I have to offer you?
That's just it. I'm not sure. He, reaches down to his belt. We've established he comes in with his stuff,
Right.
pulls the phoenix totem off his belt, and holds it flat in his palm. I was given
By the way,
this.
you're able to drink the drink that he gave you.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a little weird.
Yeah.
So he probably went to do it by reflex, and I went, wait a minute. And then went, wait a minute.
So, yeah, Leaf is looking at the carving in your hand.
The Farseer made me this. Said I smelt like it. You could see a connection, I guess. I touched the totem for the first time and I heard the cry again. A man gave me access to a communion room, and I decided to make communion with the bird. But when I started tracing the faint connection I felt, it brought me here. Brought me to you.
You only learned of Grandsire Ironclaw today.
From Jara, no less.
Know you of the old legends?
I know many, but not all.
Know you how this tournament ended?
Aye. The final contender was Torvald.
Leaf nods.
And in the battle, Odir he called upon several spirits. A bear, a turtle, etc. There was one that, according to what Jara said, no one properly heard the name he called on. There was just a brilliant flash of fire and light.
Eagle, with its wings to the sun. Make an insight check. He says that way too casually. He says that like he's practiced saying that and it gets a specific reaction.
I suppose.
He looks down at his mug when you say that. There is nothing for you here, Star Speaker, and I have firewood to chop. He goes to get up.
Why did you call it his sin?
Why did you give me the wrong answer?
Because I'm still learning, and I don't know what the right answer is. All I know is I came here. I was trying to call the Phoenix. That's why I wasn't surprised when I saw you take that stance with those rings. That's why I thought you were Odier. Because I don't think that was Eagle with its wings to the sun. I think it was Phoenix.
He thinks for a long time. A long time. Staring into the fire, watching the pot. I have no cub, Star Speaker. No mate. I have not seen one of my kin in 20 winters. None know of this place. None speak my name. Yet you stand here. No dust from the road on your back. No breath laboring in your lungs. You greet me not by name, by the name of he who built this lodge. Who sired the sire of my sire. Like, waves a hand, like you get it. Speaking the names of spirits that do not exist. Are you death come to take penance? Honestly, I would have expected a woman.
I'm sorry to say you're not quite so lucky. I'm a fool trying to find his way.
Think then on the legend of Odor of the Iron Claws. Think. You recognize the stance, what he does, what he did. After besting the Ironclad, he turned and he walked into the mountains. With Phoenix on his shoulder. Leaf turns and like looks out over the valley and the pine trees, and he whistles, and after a few seconds, from basically out of the sun that's approaching noon, a shadow passes over the lodge and the valley, and you see. First, you hear the cry that you have heard clearly for the first time.
That bout shoots him out of his seat.
And then this helicarrier-sized bird, its wings touching both sides of the valley, passes over, turning the snow to steam as it passes. Its body is red, and its plumes changing to every color on the heat spectrum, oranges and yellows and whites and blues as it passes. The heat is nigh unbearable. The fire underneath the stew pot roars higher, and it passes over like a fighter jet. And in its wake, the vapor in the air turns to rainbows, and the temperature takes a second to go back down, as if the mountain wind is afraid of the beast that just passed over. And I think that's the last shot of our episode.
Yo!
You bitch.
So we do some shout outs. Guys?
Yeah.
Alright.
Probably.
Birchmilla?
Hey, I'm Birchmilla, aka Gracie. I do art and things for kids channel, and I also love tabletop. So if you like either of those things, give me a poke.
Delta?
I forgot I was muted, sorry. Yo, I'm Delta, your resident Mad Scotsman. You'll find me hanging about the Discord, keeping the archives in order. Over on YouTube. Come check them out, there's a hell of a backlog for you to get through.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm usually around playing games, Destiny, Warframe, Deep Rock Galactic. If you're wanting to join in and have a game, you're more than welcome. And if you need anything to... I fucking threw myself off there, fuck.
Rock
If
and
you need a
Stone.
hand with anything...
Rock and Stone.
Rock and Stone. And if you need a hand with anything, like, give me a shout, I'll see if I can help.
Gamzelis?
My name is Guy Gamzelis. I am the Bard of Heroes, the Teller of Tales. Oh, Jesus Christ.
What did you do?
He choked on a goober!
I did. I might be back on Twitter soon, so you might be able to find me there by the time you're watching this. And if ever I'm needed, you can always find me on the Discord or DMs, yada yada yada. I already said that. Have a nice night.
Valerian. Push to taco,
Who's me?
Valerian.
Hello, I might.
Well, no. You are an alien from another dimension right now.
How the fuck did you manage that?
Bro started coming to us from the fourth dimension like a Ouija board with a microphone.
That's the fucking description.
He's not wrong, though.
He's not.
That's accurate.
Do I sound better?
Yes, but you're quiet now.
If I speak up, am I okay?
Nope. Now
Nope.
you're doubled again.
You're just the Ouija board again. Nightfall, get out of the fucking Ouija board and turn up your mic.
I don't know why.
In the Matrix or something.
Are you using the correct microphone?
No, he's not.
Nightfall, using two microphones at once does not make you louder. It just makes you echo.
Also, how do you manage it? Guys, he's not using two microphones. His throat's just like that.
Like that one,
That?
the people from Star Wars.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I don't know what. Don't remember my intro.
Outro.
Outro. I don't remember that either. Hello, I'm Valerian the Kitsune. I do admin stuff and things around here. If you need me, I'm in the Discord. Yeah, something kill you miss. But yeah. Okay. Hi. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Brightman, finish us out.
Hi, I'm Brightman. I do art stuff. If you want to see that art stuff, you can see it at Brightman Inc. on DeviantArt, Twitter, and on the Discord. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to next week.
Fair enough. For my part, as ever, I am the Sharp-Eyed Kitsune, the Teller of Tales and the Weaver of Mysteries, the Masked Bard. This is the channel that is ever devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. If that's to your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. This has been Decisive Action Tales of the KnightLites, a weekly D&D 5-point Fox story, bridging the gap between two pre-written modules with my own spin on both. We finished Waterdeep Dragon Heist, though at this point I think we have done Tales longer than we've done ITW, I think.
Just about, yeah.
But It's a lot of fun, and we're moving into Tyranny of Dragons once the art and overlay is finished and once these yokels finish their story. But I'm in no rush, and I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I'm enjoying bringing it to you. For now, though, as ever, it's time to close the book on today and leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to each and every one of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers. Whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember there's always more stories to tell, and hopefully I'll see you all next time as we find out what's going on with the Tales of the KnightLites and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you very soon.